Hello, everyone. Greetings. Oh, welcome, Power Nelson. Yes. I see the issue. My layer's a bit wrong. Let me just. Well, there we go. Hello, Pig. Welcome. Yes. Welcome, everyone, to my reading of Superman: Red Sun, Elseworlds, worlds of possibility, but not quite what happened. The multiverse. This is a story that basically takes Superman's story and changes it up a little. We all wish we could, see alternate realities. Like, what if I did this instead of this? All about just seeing what would happen if something was a little bit different. Just change one condition, see how it all spirals from there. Butterfly effect to a degree. So, this is Superman, Red Sun. In Elseworlds, heroes are taken from the usual settings and put into strange times and places. Some that have existed and others that can't or couldn't or even should not exist. Result is stories that make these characters who are familiar to you seem fresh. This is a story written by Mark Miller. Mark Miller is a very... Okay, sorry about that. Mark Miller is a really... I love he has really good comics. I mean, a lot of stuff, you might have heard of him if you watched the movies. Now, for instance, Kick-Ass, Kingsman. Those are two of, you'll know him from those movies. His comics have been adapted a lot, like Old Man Logan. Old Man Logan's another one by him. Mark Miller created him as well, so... You have that. You have Civil War, which is, the was a crossover, the movie itself. So the writer of this comic is really, really well written. He's done a lot of stuff for both Marvel and DC. The Authority. So there's a lot of this guy who's wrote this has a lot under his self. He's done a lot for comics. And this is one that's it's fantastic. It's Red Sun really does, it takes Superman is the quintessential American hero. Truth, justice, the American way. That's just something that Superman's I'd say even more than Captain America. There's some things, the most, I guess you could say Superman's more popular than him, so he is the American superhero, but anyways, we see this in, the Cold War. It's painted in that lens of the Cold War paranoia of what if we were the ones that Superman? What if we were the ones staring down this godlike man? But instead of it being on our side, it's on the Reds. Drink water quick. Water. And so tonight we're going to be reading all 3 issues just in one shot, one go, and then we'll watch the movie. The movie will be probably, how long's the movie again? I think, this comic reading shouldn't take that long, maybe around hour and a half, 2 hours. That's the plan. And then along with that will be a movie for another 2 hours, and that will wrap up. So then, I'll start now with page 1. Superman, Red Sun. Issue 1, Red Sun Rising. In the middle of the 20th century, telephones started ringing all across America as rumors of my existence were circulating. Even in those dim and distant days, I could hear the instant buzz of a million conversations from California to Metropolis and back again. An entire continent was waking up to realize that their lives were changed forever. Ring! Ring! Lois Lane, Lois Luthor. Don't be a jerk, Chief. It's 6 a.m. and some of us have social lives. No, we haven't heard the radio. What's happened? Who knows, sweetheart? Either the Russians just invaded Idaho, or J. Edgar Hoover likes to dress in ladies' lingerie, because Washington just called and promised us the story of the century. I expect a broadcast live from the Oval Office at lunch on the matter of grave national importance. What's the insider scoop? Well, between you and me, kid, rumor has it the Soviets just developed a brand new kind of super weapon. Oops, sorry, I didn't. Oops, my bad. Okay. I am kind of sweltering under the heat. I'm frying right now. There was actually a... It's not hot enough to fry an egg, but... It's getting there. It's really the immunity killing me, so sorry about for the mess up. I forgot, I had a preview on the program. Oh, there's only one page I messed up on. There we go. Washington, D.C. My fellow Americans, it has long been the duty of this great office to make public those developments which may affect our standing as a free and democratic nation. I regret to inform you that such development took place this morning. Soviet authorities today released to the world secret government pictures of a costumed individual more effective than our hydrogen bomb. An alien Superman committed to communist ideals whose very existence threatens to alter our position as a world superpower forever. This afternoon, I shall fly to Helsinki to discuss this crisis with my fellow NATO leadership and decide upon a measured response to the situation. In the meantime, I'd like to issue a request for calm. I hope that you might join me in a prayer that our predicament is not as terrible as it seems. Super hearing? Neutral skin? Eyes that can see through walls and fire laser beams? Where did the Russians find this guy, boys? Believe it or not, they say he grew up on a collective farm somewhere in the Ukraine, Mr. President. Our sources say his rocket ship crashed there 30 years ago, that he was raised by the same simple farming folk who dug him out of the ground. Think, Agent Olsen. If that rocket had landed 12 hours earlier, this Superman they're talking about would have been an American citizen. Great Caesar's ghost! Superman spotted in Denver. Superman sighted in Nebraska. Superman seen hovering over a field in Arkansas. What the hell's going on out here, Lois? It's like the whole damn country's seeing red capes under their beds. Pentagon just confirmed 3 more superpowers, Chief. Strength, speed, and flight. Receptionist also added super breath when I offered her $20. Super breath? What in God's name is super breath? Is everybody on this planet going nuts? That's absolutely correct, sir. I was just coming off duty when I saw a human-shaped figure zip past me, and then I heard lightning up there in the clouds. They say he can see us from space with those super eyes of his, and that he's watching our every move, just biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. Rumor has it his boss back in Moscow are pushing for a full-blown invasion in a matter of weeks from now. Super eyes, yep, no, that's good. Heck, the whole country's lining their walls with lead, Martha. Can't have Superman watching us on the toilet with that horrible X-ray vision of him, can we now? The good people of Smallville have their dignity to think of. Oh my lord. Ain't it enough they got their satellites and enough nuclear bombs to blow us all up 10 times over without Stalin's super spaceman too? I just think my lucky stars, dear sweet Jonathan, never lived to see the day this country would be brought to its knees like this. Look up in the sky! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman, strange visitor from another world who can change the course of mighty rivers, bends steel in his bare hands, and who, as the champion of the common worker, fights a never-ending battle for Stalin, socialism, and the international expansion of the Warsaw Pact. Superman, pride of the Soviet state, symbol of our military might. Give me a break. Who writes this stuff? Let our enemies beware. There's only one superpower now. I forgot a page. I'll read it anyways. It's basically it's a picture of Ike just pinching his brow. I do realize I missed that one. Whoops. The feds, the army, and the CIA are all officially obsolete. Boys and girls, call Star Labs and get me Dr. Lex Luthor on the phone. Cold War just evolved into a whole new animal. Star Labs, Metropolis. Board 11, knight to f7, checkmate. Board 12, rook to b3, checkmate. Board 14, queen to f4, checkmate. Thank you for a highly stimulating coffee break, gentlemen. Board 7 played particularly well this afternoon. I was so distracted from Machiavellian's ill principe for a moment that I almost turned 2 pages at once by mistake. One moment, young man. Just let me switch off this portable tape recorder I designed in the washroom this morning. I'm teaching myself Urdu to keep my mind busy while I'm reading and playing chess with the monkeys, I assume. Monkeys. I assume you're Agent James Olsen, of course? Look, I heard you were the smartest man alive, Dr. Luthor. But you've got to tell me, sir, how the blazes did you figure that one out? You had an appointment, Agent Luthor. Agent Olsen. Or, so fine. Yes, a super commie, Nelson. A super commie. But, okay. You had an appointment, Agent Olsen. Now please, step into my lab. And let me show you where I am with this anti-Superman deterrent you're paying such ludicrous amounts of money for. Holy smokes! This is even worse than I thought! The greatest minds in America, and you won't even let them in the building? All the garbage you keep ordering, all these puzzles and games? When are you actually going to start working on this thing, Doctor? Because it doesn't look like you've been here for 3 damn months. My subconscious is working on it. Agent Olsen, isn't that enough? The puzzles lubricate the cogs in my brain. Genius doesn't work to some timetable. You know, science and necessity dictate my every action, not some dreary little Washington accountant. The president is going to be happy about this, Dr. Luthor. To tell you the truth, I don't even know how I'm going to break it to him without losing my job. Just tell him he can use this formula. I scribbled together to balance the federal budget if he leaves me alone. I'll give him the permanent cure for inflation, too. What? You balanced the budget just like that? You balanced the budget just like that? No. I gave him the formula to balance the budget. Young man, the Treasury will have to punch the numbers in themselves. Oh, thank you, Headless. And Headless. Love the karaoke. I just leave it early because, you know, prepared for the stream and all, but Headless, that was good karaoke. I love your song list. Yeah, it's like 80% humidity over here, so that's why I'm Bolton. Just solving problems is like eating or breathing for me. This Superman you're all so worried about, just another problem. Rest assured, I'll be in touch when I've cracked it. Hot Neighbor, yep, Hot Neighbor is the worst. Dr. Luther's apartment. Why is the volume turned down so low, honey? It's a quiz show. You love quiz shows. I'm teaching myself how to lip read, Lois. It's only just occurred to me this afternoon. Oh, how? You can turn it back up again if it's bothering you. What bothers me is talking to someone between chess moves. Don't tell me another computer system is on the way home from work. I can't help it, darling. People just are too easy to beat. Is that the first edition of the morning paper? Only technically. Russia winning the Cold War. Russia winning the space race. Stalin's Russian Superman is watching your every move in the skies. I feel like we've been printing the same depressing story for months now. Not for much longer, sweetie. Any day now you'll have your lovely Death of Superman headline. An award-winning story by the gorgeous Lois Luthor, and an exclusive interview with the handsome Dr. Lex. Daily Planet. Daily Planet, Sputnik, Metropolis, Superman, Space Race, Sputnik, Globe, Sputnik, Globe, Sputnik, Globe, Metropolis. Good grief! How could I have been such an idiot? What is it, Lex? What's wrong? This is Lex Luthor. Star Labs, clearance code 1350, Bravo. I want to speak to the president. I don't care if he's in a meeting. Indescribably more important, young lady. What's going on? Lex, what happened? Did you figure out a way to beat Superman or something? I'm sorry, darling, but I'm afraid this is official government information on a need-to-know capacity. Now, Ike, Lex here. Sir, I need 100 technicians, $10 million, and permission to crash a Soviet satellite into a highly populated area. Of course you can think for a minute. I had made quite an impression in the 14 weeks since I'd made my journey from the farmlands to Moscow. Some still thought that me of a trick of the light or an urban myth, but each new day saw another super feat or some death-defying rescue. In my more introspective moments, I even wondered if people were behaving more carelessly in the hope that they might catch a glimpse of their gaudy circus clown. Comrade Secretary, this is a priority alert. We have lost control of Sputnik 2, and the satellite is plummeting towards Earth's atmosphere. The Americans! They must have sabotaged us. How else could a satellite just change course like that? Flight trajectory looks like it's heading towards a populated area. somewhere in the upper hemisphere, sir. North of Peru. North of Cuba. Oh my god, it's coming down in America! They called me a soldier, but that wasn't true. I was never a soldier. A soldier always follows orders. A soldier knows and hates his enemy. A soldier only fights and dies for his own people. I just fought for what I thought was right. Sputnik weighed 5,000 pounds. This mass, multiplied by an acceleration factor of 100 meters per second, would have delivered a force powerful enough to level the entire city. In hindsight, there were so many ways this predicament might have been solved. I could have vaporized it with my heat vision, slowed its descent with my super breath, or even atomized the craft with a calculated blow. Instead, I chose the most exciting action. Boom! The powers were still new to me, then you understand? Exactly 3 seconds after hitting the roof of the newspaper office, I realized the damage done to this building's suspension. Metropolis was alive with noise again. I could still hear the loose bricks start to fall 2 miles west. A cluster of support cables groaned and snapped. People below screamed for someone to save them. Not my people, but I never refused a cry for help. All the lies they spread about me, the propaganda they engineered at the height of the Cold War, none of it mattered for a while on that bright afternoon. Just for a single moment. They realized I was here to save them. Oh my god! 6 million lives spared in an incident that might have sparked a war, averted, and my most potent memory of that day was 5.5 feet tall and wearing Chanel No. 5. She felt it too. I know she did, from the increase in her pulse rate, micron of extra perspiration on her skin. But neither us would act upon this impulse. Not while she had a gold ring on her third finger, a creased photograph of a somber, red-haired scientist in her purse. Centuries later, oh, I forgot listening to kind of Power Nelson. This is normal, dude. He'd be a stalker. Yeah, I mean, it's you can't really blame him. It's his powers to hear all this stuff. But yes, that is kind of weird being able to say, oh hey, I can see your micron of perspiration. I can hear your heartbeat go a bit faster. Yeah, because he actually knows this stuff. He knows this. Centuries later, after a thousand interpretations of this meeting, a famous poet would write an alternate history of the world where Lois Luthor and I became lovers. His story would go on to win the Pulitzer Prize, become the biggest-selling fictional book of all time. Even now, I still don't know what appeals to people about this notion that the court is stuck with public imagination. And I don't suppose we will ever know it in this lifetime. Magnificent, isn't he? Absolutely magnificent. I knew these random acts of heroism wouldn't be confined to the perimeters of Mother Russia. It's such a shame he works for the other side. I honestly believe that Superman and I would have been the best of Sorry. I honestly believe Superman and I would have been best of friends if he popped up in America. Thank you, Lex. I assure you two would be best of friends too. Lex and Superman, best pals. What made you so sure he'd actually save us, Luthor? Mathematics, Olsen. Pure mathematics. Now make sure they raise that satellite from the waters precisely as I described. The information you left in that hole is essential. Especially if our dear friend in the White House expects me to build his own Superman. Weeks pass, and 1,000 rescues later, they decide to throw a welcome party for me. Welcome parade for me. I can remember... Wait a sec. Lex is good because Superman isn't taking publicity? That's hilarious. I mean, that's what Lex claimed. Even in All-Star Superman, Lex is like, hey, if there's no Superman, I'd cure cancer. I'd save the day if it wasn't for you, Superman. But, times when that happens, it's not quite like that because Superman's like, hey, even if I was gone, you wouldn't do it. So pretend I'm gone and actually do it yourself. But Superman's Lex is the kind of guy that would kill people. Like Lex wants to kill Superman so bad. In fact, one time Lex was given the powers of a god, like capital G, super awesome stuff. But the one restriction was like, you can't use these powers to kill Superman. That's it. You can be the god of this whole multiverse, everything, get all these powers, but you can't hurt Superman. You know what he did? He gave it the powers and hurt Superman. Because of course Lex is like that. Yes, let me keep reading. Okay. I can remember every single silly detail of that day, and super petty. Yeah, that's his power. In the Red Square, every face in the crowd, every pimple on every face of every cheering worker. Their poor, confused expressions at this champion from the farmlands couldn't stand still for more than 10 seconds at a time. Don't tell me! There's another emergency, Superman? A chemical plant on fire there. Fire 3,000 miles west of Vladivostok, Comrade Stalin. Just give me 10 or 15 minutes, please. Oh. I'm on the third page. Goodness. Okay. Don't tell me there's another emergency, Superman. A chemical plant on fire. 3,000 miles west of Vladivostok, Comrade Stalin. Just give me 10 or 15 minutes. And this page was a pain to cut out, so I'm going to show you the full page, just full beautiful portrait first, and then the individual panels. Because this one's just, pain Pecco. And I go, okay. Now let's go to the actual panel. Okay, but don't be any longer. This Superman Day thing is supposed to be for you, you know. He's got an attention span of a spastic 2-year-old, hasn't he? Imagine, not even able to sit through your own damn parade. Well, what's he supposed to do, Captain? Stand there and grin like an idiot when he can hear people screaming for their lives? Go, Soups! Go, Soups! No, but I could show you a little more respect, Comrade Stalin. I can't believe you've really clasped him to your chest like this. How could you bring this alien from the Ukraine into our inner circle to this degree? Because I love him, my boy. He was raised to believe in everything I stand for, and he makes Russia feel as indestructible as he is. Go, Soups! So what you're saying is that it all ends here? That I've peaked before 30? But I'm the one you've been grooming from the top. I've been preparing for this since I was 8 years old. If Superman succeeds you, he'll be there for 1,000,000 years for all we know. Who cares if he succeeds me? You've made Shifa the NKVD by 25, Peter. I've hardly described that as an underachievement. No, I'm saying you should watch your tongue. Remember who you're speaking to, my jealous little captain. Bear in mind, you're only one of a number of illegitimate children I have out there, you know. Page again, just because, beautiful page. Up. An earthquake in Stalingrad and a tidal wave near the port of Odessa. My god, no wonder Superman missed the first 2 courses. Of course, Hungary wants to join us now. Polita, the Warsaw Pact is attractive beyond words, now that we boast Superman as our alternative to a nuclear strategy. Believe me, Paradise Island would be far more suited to alliance with us than those desperate and greedy little men in those horrible NATO backwaters. Well, I must admit, the Soviet records on women's rights is most impressive, Comrade Stalin. Your human rights record, however, is another matter entirely. I think it might be prudent for Themyscira to remain neutral for a little while at least. Not too neutral, I hope. That beautiful daughter of yours seems to be getting along splendidly with Superman. I thought perhaps you and I might get familiarly acquainted upstairs in the presidential suite. Please don't embarrass yourself, Joseph. Maybe if you were 5,000 years older. Oh, he's trying to hit on her. What's wrong, Superman? You look so sad. I hope this isn't to do with my terrible Russian. No, not at all, Diana. You're actually word perfect. It's just this whole Superman Day fuss. Parties and parades just aren't really me. I know what you mean. There's always something being held in my honor back on Paradise Island, too. You know how tiresome these things are. Well, I hope tonight isn't boring for you. Great, Hera. No, not in the slightest. I'm actually having a wonderful time. I mean, think about it. How often do I get to meet someone like me? Uh, no? I see someone's enjoying herself, eh? Building bridges with the future leader, are you? Oh, Superman's really nice, Mother. You should talk to him. He's not like the other men at all. You know, he seems a future dollar. That Diana would make a fine wife when she makes her voyage to man's world, Superman. Just imagine what kind of children you could raise, eh? Are we already in here already, Comrade Stalin? I didn't come here to breed. But think about the future, my boy. The dynasty of Supermen could preserve our ideals forever. Besides, is there another woman in the world who could keep up with our wonderful Man of Steel? I'd prefer to choose my own wife, Comrade Stalin. Besides, the notion you have that I'd ever want to lead the party, is quite a misconception. Oh, Kara Zor-El. Yes, Power Nels. That's some cousin and sometimes other times wife. Sometimes they do stuff with Supergirl, which is a bit weird. Like the time she's an Atlantean, or the time she's a Matrix. Yeah. She's not in the comic though, so none of that weirdness. Yeah. No, Space Alabama. Politics bores me, Richard. I only came to the big city so that I could use my powers to help people. Why are you staring at the wall, Superman? I'm scanning in Moscow for your chief of police, sir. I noticed he isn't at the party, and I just wanted to make sure he's okay. There's no sign of him anywhere. Oh, for God's sakes! Who cares about Peter Roslov? I care about everybody, sir. Ah, there he is. 200 miles away on the peasant land he grew up. You'll have to excuse me for a moment. Catch. What? Blam. What are you doing here, Superman? I thought they were setting you up with the Amazon princess tonight. Or am I wrong as usual? You weren't at the party, and I was just wondered what had happened to you, Peter. You've been acting quite irrational lately, and I'm genuinely concerned. What are you talking about? You idiot. You don't even know me. Would you please stop fixing things? Drive me out of my mind. I only fix things that are broken, Peter. Now please, take a seat. Let's just sit down and talk about whatever is getting you so upset here. I mean, besides the total stranger about my affairs, believe me, Superman, you're the last guy I can talk about my problems with. You don't really like me very much, do you, Peter? No, and I don't like the fact that you need to be liked so much either, comrade. What do you think you are, flying around wearing our flag? How can they call you the symbol of everything we believe in? We aren't even from the planet. Bam. You're the opposite of Marxist doctrine, Superman. Living proof that all men aren't created equal. He didn't actually invite you to the party, did he? No, and you know why? Because all Comrade Stalin wants to do now is show off his indestructible Man of Steel, my friend. The rest of us can all go to hell. It doesn't matter how fast you are, or how strong you are, or how good you are with a rifle, since the magnificent Superman appeared, started rescuing cats from trees. Why bother with Peter Roslov as your bodyguard when you're being watched over by an alien who could catch bullets since he was a toddler? Actually, the powers didn't start until a few weeks after my 12th birthday, Captain. My super hearing was the first to develop. I heard what I thought were voices in my head. Then I realized I was just listening to the children in the next collective over. The water? Up until that point, I was just an ordinary little boy with bruised knees, a wheezy cough, and a crush on my cute, red-headed neighbor, just like anyone else. If I had the powers, I'd have left the farm years before now, but I didn't. You know why? Because my parents wanted me to be ready when I went to the big city. I believe in this just as much as you do, Peter. This doesn't have to be a competition. That's easy to say when you're streaking through the sky, Superman. Not so much fun when you're down here working in the gutter like the rest of us. Did you hear about the purge last week, Superman? Two dissidents printing anti-Superman Day leaflets or something. I forgot the details. All I remember is the boy. What are you looking at, boy? Don't you know it's against the law to stare at the chief of police? Bullets kill little boys too, you know. Get out of my sight! Your parents are dead! Don't walk! Run! Great little runt. Probably grew up like just like his idiot father. The kid could have been more than 9 years old, but his glare would have stopped the clock ticking. Those weren't a child's eyes. They looked too patient. I will never forget the way the boy stared at me. Somebody said he threw himself in the Moscow River. Others said he disappeared into the sewers to lick his wounds for revenge. I shot his parents. What does that do to a boy, Superman? Is there anybody who can answer that one? His parents are dead? Looks like they got shot in front of him, Headless. It wasn't until you appeared that I realized just how horrible and violent my job really is. And I'm sick of it, Superman. Sick of working in a system. No matter how hard I try, I'm never going to make it to the top of the party now that you're here. Oh, some bats. Little on the nose, aren't you, Mark Miller? Sick of getting my hands dirty for a man who won't even admit that I'm his own flesh and blood. Shh! No! You know, you're really gonna hurt yourself soon if you don't cut all this heavy drinking, Peter. Damn you! He's fast. Yeah. Faster than a speeding bullet power, Nelson. They all might think you're wonderful now, but I know where this is going. Alien. Your interference is going to be the worst thing that ever happened to us. You mark my words. Oh, Jesus. I've done such a terrible thing, and Father made me so angry this morning, and I arranged... What? I said, no, not you. 2 miles away. There's someone shouting for help in Moscow. Wait here. Superman, help us! You're wasting your time. Just get a doctor. What the hell does Superman know about medicine? What are you talking about? He's Superman, you idiot! He can do anything! That's some that's called speed reading right there. Gentlemen, I believe Comrade Stalin's respiratory system and enzyme systems are under attack from acute cyanide poisoning. I've already told the medical team to place him on total body monitoring while I work in the labs for an effective antitoxin. I'm sorry, Captain, you can't go in there. Who the hell do you think you are telling me where I can't go? You little snot. Get out of the way before I have you counting snowflakes in Siberia. Father? Oh my god. No, I've only ever seen him standing up before. Superman, it's so horrible seeing him look like this. Small and vulnerable. He looks just like a little rag doll. Captain Rosalov was devastated by the old man's death. We all were. He didn't rest until he found the man who poisoned him and had him shot in Red Square in full public view. Huh. Covering the tracks, I see. I was so distracted by the whole thing that I barely paying attention to events abroad. It's unbelievable. I feel like I'm on the set of a science fiction movie or something. How is this stuff you've been building here even possible, for God's sake? Because the world we know, it becomes a little more impossible every day, Agent Olsen. Technology... Water, because, I'm dying still, but... Technology curves stipulated that none of this equipment would have ever been invented for another 5 decades, and yet here we are, with science straight out of Ray Bradbury himself. What is this about this Man of Steel that makes my head work so much faster, eh? I don't know, sir, but we're not complaining. Norman Rockwell, apple pies, stars and stripes, and the 4th of July. Agent Olsen, the president asked me to design a figure who encapsulate all these things and give America back our much-needed swagger. Holy smokes! Young man, I'd like you to meet Superman 2. The days and weeks that followed saw America ruthlessly exploit our political confusion. I listened to them as they plotted in their bunkers, recognized to my horror that the Cold War had just dipped below freezing point. First act was a promise to contain the communist threat by increasing their nuclear stockpiles in the United Kingdom and our various satellite countries. This promise was later enforced by official confirmation that the United States of America had developed a duplicate Superman of their own. Stalin's death had left an enormous void in our great nation that the party hierarchy begged me to fill. However, this was a rescue that I was reluctant to undertake. Why should the fact that I was born with privileges qualify me as leader of a socialist republic? I'm sorry, comrades, this very idea is in complete contradiction to everything we were raised to believe in. Dealing with a duplicate, of course, was different. This had become something of a personal matter. Did you hear why we're behind schedule? Apparently some scientist nobody's ever heard of playing chess all night with that stupid bizarro thing up there. Can you believe that? Heck no. No wonder Ike won't let the cameras with 100 yards of that freak. Our Superman looks just like how I feel. Hey, don't you want to keep it down a little, guys? He might be a freak, but he happens to be just about the last guy in the world want you to tick off, you know what I'm saying? What the hell are you talking about, moron? 1 mile below that thing. Buddy, our guy could hear a gnat take a leak in Indochina. My friend, believe me, he's listening to our every damn word. Pardon me if my English isn't perfect. I'm afraid I only learned the language 10 minutes ago, and I'm still having trouble with the grammar. What a Boy Scout, huh? Yeah. Superman 2, he encapsulates America. He's America. Although this is America that, through the story, we'll see is, not so true justice in the American way, but yes. But these shores are off limits, comrade. Not if you understand. The duplicate was imperfect, a crude effort compared to Lex's later work, with the abilities of little more than a warped aggregate of my own repertoire. Like telescopic X-ray vision. Noses bled, heads pounded, birds became irradiated and dropped from the skies for 50 miles around. The effects were devastating. Absolutely devastating. Submarine was a Greyback class SSG-574, carrying 4 Regulus 1 missiles. 3 of them stayed where they should have. Good God! England, London, Oxford Street. And 258 innocent bystanders are dead before I even hit the ground. Even now, after all these years, I can still hear the sound of them snap. A second later, 1 single second, and the body count tripled. Perhaps you misunderstand. Your presence here is an aggressive act. This country does not need American protection. The Soviet Union poses no threat to the future of Great Britain. You are the monster here. You are the one who needs to be contained. It's getting up! Kill it! Superman, for God's sakes, finish it off! Go home and tell your president to mind his own affairs. Nobody wants you or your weapons here. Suddenly, the clock stopped. Time ground to a halt, as it always does for our kind, when a decision must be made. Duplicate and I exchanged glances, two moving objects on a static, frozen background. We both knew that one of us would have to make a choice. To this day, his true intentions remain a mystery to me. I often wonder if he really knew what he was doing when he kicked back into the sky, or if he understood perfectly and sacrificed himself to inheriting my promise to preserve every form of life. Hello, everybody. It is very pleased to meet you. Perhaps he looked into my eyes and glimpsed a future that he couldn't bear to see, choosing instead to spare himself the suffering. I'm afraid we'll never know for sure. But a Boy Scout too. Yes, headless. He might have looked mesh form. He might have looked like a freak, but he was a clone of Superman after all. He had his heart. The Man of Steel is dead. All rise for the national anthem. Joseph Stalin's funeral took place on the third Tuesday in November, 1953. $5 million. 5 million mourners had come all over Russia to pay their respects, as the most famous man I'd ever known was laid to rest in Lenin's tomb. $5 million voices boomed our glorious national anthem, but between the coughs and the prayers and the shuffling, I could still hear her. A unique solitary voice pattern from the rural collective where I was raised. A sweet, red-headed girl from my past. Cornfields in the Ukraine and my dear sweet parents seemed so far, even than I remember. Kingmakers in the party were already circling, eager to anoint his reluctant successor. You know, it's hard to imagine which of our two men of steel would have enjoyed the biggest state funeral, Superman. In all seriousness, I honestly believe that yours might have even put Comrade Stalin to shame. With greatest respect, Peter, I hardly think that's an appropriate topic of conversation right now. On the contrary, Superman, are you telling me you haven't heard about all those whispers about the succession, even with those super ears of yours? How many times do I have to tell you I'm not interested in politics or leading the party, or any of that behind-the-scenes stuff? I came to Moscow to help the common man. I'm a worker, not a public speaker. I'm glad to hear it, but tell that to the party machine, who've served a living legend for the past 30 years. They think communism is going to die without the old man now, especially in the face of a United States who have joined the superhuman arms race. Those poor deluded fools seem to think that you're the only one big enough to carry the torch now, Superman. Can you believe the idiocy of that? Dropless. You know, something weird, I've had the same dream almost every night since I was a little girl. I dream I'm falling through the clouds, and they're just getting closer and closer, but I'm never afraid. I know that you're here to catch me. Can you believe that? You catch me almost every night, always in the nick of time. And now you're real, Superman, as real as any of this. Lois? Your husband's on the telephone, sweetheart. Don't interrupt, Lois. This conversation has only been calculated to last 38 seconds. Our marriage is about to begin. An indefinite sabbatical, effective immediately. This time will be spent devising a plan to humiliate and defeat Superman, just as he has humiliated and defeated me. I have resigned from Star Labs, destroyed my notes, and terminated the contacts of anyone who understood my procedures. The Superman duplicate is not a mistake. Is a mistake that must not be repeated. Say, you understand, darling? Say you don't take this as personal insult. Oh, whoa. That is, that's termination. When I was first reading this comic, I didn't notice the dead bodies until now. You know, when I heard that Alex had terminated them, I thought, oh yeah, he just got the contact out of his logbooks. No, he actually murdered them. Huh. That's something new every day, but yes. Are you telling me that our marriage is over because Superman beat your monster in a fight? What are you talking about? I don't care about the fight. I'm devoting my life to Superman for an entirely another reason, Lois. The duplicate of that farm boy had the tenacity to beat me at chess last night. Yes. This is what, in this timeline, what drives Lex Luthor. Bizarro beat him in a chess game. That's it. Bizarro because... oh yes, because the duplicate beat him is kill the original. Makes sense. I circled the world as I often did when I... Oh. I circled the world as I often did when troubled. The land, the sea, and the molten mountains blowing into a single stretch of endless gray beneath me. I always found it easiest to think when approaching trans-light velocities. Uh, my heart told me to lead them, but my head told them that this was completely contradictory to everything my parents had ever raised me to believe in. Superman! It's strange how different things could have been. The path histories might have taken had only entered Moscow from the north side of the city. Lana? Lana Rosenko? I thought I had heard you in the crowds earlier, but I couldn't be sure with all the chattering going on. My god, look at you! You haven't changed a bit since we used to cause all that trouble on the farm. Me? What about you? I nearly died when the children showed me your picture in the paper. You wouldn't believe how hard it's been not to tell everyone who you really are. Children? Yes, Jordan and Mary. We spent all our money traveling from St. Petersburg for the funeral, and now we have to queue Hero for scraps with everyone else. This isn't right, Lana. These children shouldn't have to stand in line and beg for food, like they're some kind of animals. Give this woman something to eat, comrade. Her boy and girl haven't eaten since they've got here, for God's sakes. But what about us, Superman? We're all hungry. My own children haven't eaten all day either. Some of us haven't eaten in weeks. Things are only going to get worse now that Stalin's dead too. I've got a friend in supplies who says we aren't getting grain for the rest of the month. It's okay, Superman. It's not your fault. It's just the way the system works. No, you can't take care of everyone's problem. Actually, Lana, I could take care of everyone's problem. If I ran this place and to tell you the truth, there's no good reason why I shouldn't run the place. Tell your friends they don't have to be scared or hungry anymore, comrades. Superman is here to rescue them. That was issue 1. Superman, seeing the plight of a common man, has now decided to take up leadership as a leader of the Soviet Union. If you give me just a 1 moment, I need to set up my comics again. It's something that basically what I do is I have 6 slideshows. The one that's who stopped them. Who's gonna stop him? No one. That's Soup. Yeah, that's right, Power Nelson. Who can stop Superman? No one. He has got his mind on it. Yes. The way I do this for comic reading is one slideshow has a limit of like 250 megabytes, I believe. It's not good, or 225 megabytes, I believe. It's not a large limit, and I used to shrink, in the past I'd shrink my images down to be smaller so that I could like fit more onto the slideshow. I decided that takes it's an added step in my process. It's like I try to find time saving measures to make it so I can do more comics faster. And one of them was saying, hey, stop resizing, just make more slideshows. So in just 1 moment, I'm going to be adding my adding chapter 2 slideshows. Add directory, done, chapter 2. Only 6 of them went left. Okay, so 1. All I'm gonna do is also pull up chapter 2. Chapter 2. Or if I put all of them at once. I'm just trying. I might have to do some testing. See if I put all the directories in this time, it'll go through that directory. And then, I might. I'll just do that the long, boring way. We'll have to do this like twice this time because we only have 3 chapters. So, what is this? This is probably 3. 3. I guess we'll wait and we'll have Red Sun up. Okay. Chapter 4. Yeah, this is a bit of a long comic. This is a prestige format. Prestige format was what came out. Okay, The Dark Knight Rises was that basically prestige format. It's like saying, hey, we're gonna make it so like everything's just like 50 pages long with a hardcover stock at the front. It looks really nice. Like it's just kind of like a graphic novel style, but like not really. It's like in between those two, of a comic and a graphic novel. Okay, that's 5 and what moment. Load. 6. And got another drink of water, just more hydrate or dehydrate. That's all the folders done. And position. There we go. Red Sun. Now, I really do love the covers of these comics. The covers for this is like, okay, it really takes inspiration from the Cold War propaganda, like that like almost brutalistic art style that like Cold War like communist propaganda had. That's a very interesting like aesthetic. That just like the bold lines, the coloration. That's what I really like from this cover. It's very much of that time period, which is really nice. Superman, Red Sun, Red Sun's ascendant. You were supposed to steal Moscow, not Stalingrad. Superman lives miles away from Stalingrad. God, I would have expected a 12th level intellect to understand a blasted roadmap. Crash. Where is he, Luthor? Where's Brainiac? Christmas shopping at Macy's. Superman, where do you think he is? 8 million Soviet citizens, condemned to spend the rest of their lives to no bigger than a full stop. Unless, of course, you managed to catch him in time, Man of Steel. That very impressive ship of his left Earth's atmosphere 2 hours ago. What was the point of Lex Luthor? A human being who dared to challenge a god. He was surely the greatest of his kind. I often look back upon those days and wonder what he might have accomplished without me. The triumphs he might have achieved in the name of his species. Perhaps he existed to check, or as someone once hypothesized, perhaps it was the other way around. This is why he despised me so. Game over, Luthor. 58 seconds. You're slowing down, Superman. Brainiac's ship was only 45,000 miles away. Surely advancing middle age isn't catching up with Russia's mighty Man of Tomorrow. Brainiac's central processing unit. Lex, I used it to access every file in the ship's database, but there isn't a shred of useful information. I can't find any means of returning Stalingrad to its natural size. Hardly surprising when Brainiac's prime directive was storing the information on alien cultures. I don't think he ever intended giving any of these back, Tell you what, I'm always reading about how smart you are, how nothing we mortals can imagine is beyond President Superman's limitations, correct? Well, now's your chance to prove them right, alien. Best of luck. Daily Planet, Kennedy grants Georgia independence. Temper, Superman. Hardly the behavior one would expect when a foreign head of state pays a visit to America's most enterprising corporation. Contract the builders, standard repair. Oh, and tell Loomis and Schlott I'm ready for attack plan 307. This test measure, I feel like I'm on an intellectual roll today. Knight to b7. Incidentally, that's a checkmate, table 81. And so this marks the end of short-lived Luthor-Brainiac partnership, but only the beginning of the tragic people of Stalingrad. To this day, our great leader has been unable to solve their predicament, and their names are etched here forever in the Superman Museum, so that we might never forget. Over the years, the American CIA has funded the construction of an entire Rose Gallery of super criminals built by the prolific Dr. Lex Luthor. The Parasite, Metallo, the Atomic Skull, Bizarro, all designed to assassinate Superman and restore the fading fortunes of the United States of America, all thankfully quite unsuccessful. Only 90 seconds at each exhibit, comrade. Keep in step with the others, or face rigorous psychological examination. I'm sorry, my friend. I was in a world of my own. The Soviet Union was just a fragile assembly when Superman first came to power. 2 decades later, and the whole world is our ally. Only the United States and Chile refuse to remain independent. The last 2 capitalist economies on Earth, and both are on the brink of fiscal and social collapse. The rest of the world was glad to volunteer total control to Superman, watched in awe as he rebuilt those societies, running their affairs more efficiently than any human could. Poverty, disease, and ignorance have been virtually eliminated from the Warsaw Pact states. Disobedience to the party has been virtually eliminated. Whatever helps you sleep at night, comrade. I don't know what that says on the poster. It looks it's like a Obebne, which I'm sure that's not say Obetme because you know it's probably Russian for something. We could go to the translator, but I'm gonna go with Obetme because you know that's funny. Okay. We're like his pets, animals in a cage. He might feed us and shelter everyone, but we're never going to be free while that monster's running the show. I mean, nobody wants problems like we had in the past, but sometimes I just wish this Batman character would blow the whole system apart. Just to see what things might be like without some all-seeing big brother watching over us. Again, you know what I'm saying, right, comrade? Dangerous talk, my friend, especially when you're criticizing a man with super hearing. What do you mean? There's no law against conversation, is there? Not even Superman's going to punish me just for voicing an opinion. Incitement to disobey is all it takes to be turned into a Superman robot these days, young man. Keep your thoughts to yourselves while you still have a collection of your own. Fireworks display is almost ready. Just remember, I was in here drinking when someone else lit the fuse, right? The usual arrangement, comrade. I understand. Buy this man here another drink, and maybe we can introduce him to some like-minded people a little later. Put the bill in my tab, eh? Wait a minute. You don't have a tab. Batman? Huh. Maybe they're talking about someone else. My apologies for interrupting a perfect evening of totalitarian oppression, but I've got a message here for anyone who values breathing. In precisely 4 minutes' time, Moscow's Superman Museum will erupt into a beautiful flickering fireball. Please stay where you are if you'd like to make a stand against the tactics of my terroristic organization. Otherwise, I'd recommend you run like hell. Batman out. Batman? I thought he was dead and buried. Doesn't matter, just evacuate the building. They're saying he's targeting 5 official premises this time. Batmanuel. It's actually Batmanikoff. Boom! Squadron leader, this is Red 4. We've picked up movement on the rooftop of Pushkin Square. Moving to investigate. Roger that, Red 4, keep us posted. It's him! We've got him! Red Squad, squadron leader. We've got him trapped in the corner of First National Bank. He's not getting away this time, comrade. What are you waiting for? A confession? Bring him down hard, you idiots! That manual is legit. The tick watch slash read along with oh the tick. The tick is good. Oh man, the tick, ambush bug, all those. Yeah, the tick is like Deadpool, but before Deadpool. He's very much yeah, the tick is great. He's like okay, he's fun Deadpool. Deadpool himself is kind of annoying. Wade is yes, just breaking the fourth wall, parody. But yeah, the tick is actually kind of funny. I own most of the tick in Doom Power Nelson. Oh, that's wonderful, dude. I gotta check him out more. He'd have what's his like? The tick is my husbando, Rick Hare. I mean, he is very blue. Yeah, give him that blueness, blue and a great shin. I'll have to think about that. I might try to do something. Most of the comics will also be something just something silly is fun. Get another drink. While I'm still burning. Okay. In pursuit, squadron leader. I repeat, all units are in pursuit. Batman, a force of chaos in my world of perfect order. Dark side of the Soviet dream. Rumored to be 1,000 murdered dissidents, they said he was a ghost of a walking dead man. A symbol of rebellion that would never fade as long as the system survived. Anarchy in black. We've lost visual. I repeat, we've lost visual. Squadron leader, target is mobile and heading south to Garden Ring. Red 5, you gotta translate him yet? Roger that, Red 4. Target just landed on the 1020 and is skipping across the carriages. All ground units converge, please. Air team, this is ground control. We've just caught him swinging over on a flagpole over Briskaya. Move in and form a perimeter block, comrades. I think he's injured. What? Batman just took half a dozen bullets. Move in and let's finish this one off. Crash. Everybody back, you hear me? Nobody gets near him till everyone's in position. Alright, team 7, 9, 7, 8, 9, and 14. We need a perfect circle around us. And everybody focus on their sights on the lunatic. Are we clear? Crystal clear, sir. Everyone's right behind you. Okay, now let's see who's the smiling genius now. Oh. He's a smiling genius now. Damn it! Where were you, Superman? Where were you when we needed you, for once? Peter, what's wrong? We had Batman where we wanted him, but he still managed to get away and leave my men looking like drooling idiots. Why can't we kill him, Superman? God, my father must be spinning in his grave out there. He realized that his network just detonated 5 bombs tonight, and my men can't find a fingerprint? I say it's time we've got tough and cracked a few skulls, just like we did in the good old days. No, there must be no killing, Peter. You might run the KGB, but I'm the one who runs the country. This utopia will not be built on the bones of my opponent. That was Comrade Stalin's way, not mine. What? How dare you ridicule my father's legacy? He was 10 times the man you'll ever be. Excuse me. There's been a signal malfunction 800 miles away. 2 trains are about to collide. By the time the words had reached his ears, I was already in Minsk. and had spotted the 3 other emergencies which merited my immediate attention. If I was being honest with myself, I would admit that I was growing bored with human conversation. Princess Diana Themyscira was perhaps the only person I could really talk to in the although she had taken to calling herself Wonder Woman by that point in time. An outstanding convert to communism, Diana had opted to leave her Amazon paradise fight with me for equality in man's world. Armed with only a pair of magic bracelets and a lasso allowing her to dominate her foes, Diana became my international peace ambassador. Greatest champion for social justice the world had ever known. So, how was America? Disgusting, Superman. Absolutely disgusting. It's 1978, and children are still sleeping in the streets over there. Why does Kennedy still cling to this capitalistic dogma? It's quite clearly tearing up his country apart. Pride. I suppose they'll come around eventually. I told him he should devote more time to his crumbling economy, less time to those painted movie stars he seems to pursue with such vigor. That country has never been the same since Nixon was assassinated in 1963. I still maintain that really was the beginning of the... The tanker, Superman! The tanker's going to blow! Take it easy, comrade. Not while there's still breath in my body. Whoosh. You're such a show-off, you know that? Sometimes I wonder if Luther and the Americans are right. Diana, perhaps we do interfere with humanity too much. Nobody wears a seatbelt anymore. Ships have even stopped carrying life jackets. I don't like this unhealthy new way people are behaving. There's nothing wrong with helping people, Superman. You can't just sit back and watch them die with your telescopic vision. You're being irrational. The KGB are always pushing me to take more and more control. I already feel like I'm holding on too tight. Sometimes I worry the people don't even like me. Oh, the people love you, Superman. Some more than you'd ever believe. Metropolis, the Daily Planet, Metropolis. Great Caesar's ghost! Actually, it's Great Caesar's bust, sir. I'm aware of the Roman history, Queen. I only use the term to register my surprise. You know what I'm saying? Oh, don't let Oliver kid you, Perry. No Pulitzer Prize winning writer could be half as dim-witted as he pretends to be. Oliver? Oliver Queen, perhaps? Don't bet the farm, Lois. If there was a personality contest in the office, Ollie Boy would come right behind the pencil sharpener. Big smile for the retirement photo, Chief. Give me something I can show Barry to prove he was... Give me something I can show Barry to prove he was 2 hours late for the party, huh? Huh. Barry? Late? Huh. I wonder what Barry they're talking about that's always late. Dorky ass looking Ollie. Yeah, that McQueen doesn't look like the Green Arrow I know. Last time, Iris. Don't call me Chief. Iris, Barry, yep. Now you guys and gals are gonna have to excuse me for a minute while I give your beautiful new editor-in-chief here the 10-cent office tour. Oh heck, don't be so hard on Barry, Iris. He's always solving a very gruesome murder. So, how does it feel to be sitting in the big chair, honey? Like I'm trespassing, Chief. I guess I'm just always going to think of this as your little corner of the world. That's exactly what I said to George Taylor when he retired, sweetheart. Felt like I was wearing the old man's underwear for months. Listen, can I give you some advice? Only if I'm not about to be patronized, old timer. They didn't make me Planet editor just because I've got a passion for tight sweaters. I know, Lois. Your job's your life. In fact, that's exactly what I want to talk to you about. The country's falling on its knees. The system's falling apart. Becker? Wow, you know what? Sure. You do you, man. You do you. The system's falling apart. Everybody knows the Daily Planet isn't going to be around much longer. What you need is someone to be there for you when things get bad. Support you no matter what happens. You need a husband, honey. I've got a husband. Great, Caesar's ghost! I mean, somebody who thinks about you more than he thinks about destroying Superman. Somebody sane, for God's sake. Lex is kind of sane, occasionally. Lois is always pretty good at gathering intelligence, isn't she? Yeah. Lois is a really good reporter. She's actually there's a reason why Superman likes her. In fact, also Superman, and I have to sneeze. Yeah, Lois is actually a legitimate good reporter. All-Star showed it off. Superman for All Seasons showed it off as well. That new Superman movie, Superman Man of Tomorrow, shows it off really well. So just recent examples I can pull off the top of my head. So she's actually interesting person, good reporter. So it's kind of makes sense why Lois likes Superman in main continuity. But here she's Lois Luthor instead of Lane. So, and you know what? Despite being married to him, even though Lex is insane, she still sticks by him. LexCorp Industries. Is this lady's identification valid? Papers are in order. Face matches the photo in the book, and the fingerprints look authentic enough. I guess this must mean today's another wedding anniversary, huh, Miss Lane? That's Mrs. Luthor, gentlemen. Lois Lane's just for the byline, remember? Ma'am. Happy anniversary, Lex. Here's to another 23 glorious years, darling. Lois! What a wonderful surprise. Apologies in advance for not buying you anything, but I've been reading 13 fascinating books this morning. Leave the usual present on my desk, and you'll have my word that one of my assistants will open it later, sweetheart. Who was that red-headed guy I just passed in the hallway? He looks kind of familiar. Well, he shouldn't have. That was Mr. James Olsen, Pentagon's anti-Superman advisor, and probably the next director of the CIA. Olsen commissioned LexCorp to develop what we think could be the most effective anti-Superman deterrent yet, using information he received from sympathizers in the Kremlin. Is that what you're working on now? I'm sorry, darling, but that's afraid it's classified information. Speaking of which, JFK and Norma Jean are joining us for dinner tonight. Apparently, Jack's got some UFO business he said he'd be interested in. Oh, Lex, don't you ever stop? This was supposed to be the one night of the year we always guarantee we're gonna spend time together. You don't understand, Lois. Jack tells me Brainiac and Superman aren't the only aliens who visited Earth. It seems another alien crashed in Roswell, New Mexico, back in 1947, and the United States of America has a very own extraterrestrial. They say the passenger sustained terrible injuries when the ship crashed and died a little later, but an object was recovered from his finger, which interests me enormously. Hoover covered the incident, hid the body in some sort of desolate airbase, and then erased said airbase from the map. All fairly standard procedure. However, Jack told me this morning that he wants this hangar reopened, just in case there's any other little trinkets inside that might be worth stealing. Checkmate, incidentally. Listen, bring Norma and Jack to dinner if you want, Lex. I'm not sure I even care anymore. Of course you still care, Lois Luthor. Why else would you have chosen to live alone all these years, eh? I guess you're right, Lex. Maybe I am just a one-man woman. Life was so simple in those days. Deflecting meteors, welding tectonic plates, managing a global economy single-handedly. Every problem has a solution. Sometimes even two solutions. Of course, a romance was suspected. We both just laughed at the idea. Diana was more like one of the boys. She had no use for men on her anti-man island, or so it had seemed in those faraway days. Poor Diana. I could monitor life on other worlds, watch electrons in their eternal orbits, but sometimes I was so blind. Moscow. People are saying that the explosion tore the space station in half, Comrade Vaslav. They said those cosmonauts would have died if Superman hadn't spotted that flash on the surface. Oxygen reserves caught fire. Personally, I don't think we should be spending money on a space program. There are American. Oh, this is great. I don't think we should be spending money on a space program. There are Americans going hungry out there. What do you think, sir? I think a nobody like you doesn't need to be convinced. Moron, now shut up. Get me to the theater before I have to shut you for insolence. Beach! For God's sakes, man. You trying to get us killed? Believe me, comrade. You're going to die a lot more painfully than this. Here's Tony. Jesus God Almighty! I heard you wanted to see me, comrade. Let's just hear what you have to say. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you realize who I am? Your name is Peter Iosifov Roslov, illegitimate son of the late Joseph Stalin, and currently head of the security services. You're a vain man, a cruel man, obsessively jealous of Superman. It's no secret you harbor political ambitions of your own. Who are you is meaningless. The question is, why you're putting the word around that you want to talk to me. I take it, that it's safe to speak down here? Naturally, Commander. All my caves are soundproofed and cloaked using the cutting edge of military technologies. All stolen from your bases, of course. I'll get straight to the point. Lex Luthor and his friends in the CIA have an interesting proposition for you, Batman. They want you to kill Superman and guarantee they have the means. They want you to kill Superman, and they guarantee they now have the means to finish him off properly. And why should Luthor's latest plan be different from all the previous ones? Because this time, the CIA isn't paying LexCorp to build killer robots, Batman. They're using the information our people found in the rocket ship that brought Superman to Earth, and it seems they figured out his weakness. Now we're only gonna get one shot at this, and you're the only man so far that even Superman has been unable to beat. Our only hope of finally replacing that alien with a qualified human figurehead. You're joking, of course. Why would I put someone like you in charge of the system, Roslov? You'd be twice the monster Superman is. 10 times as bad. But surely common sense dictates you'd rather see me in this some bulletproof demigod running the show for the next 20 million years, right? Supposing he's immortal, can you imagine an eternity of communist rule under that tyrant? Whose regime does the master strategist think he'd stand a better chance of toppling? Use your head, Batman. Okay. It's a deal. Understand this. Once Superman's dead and buried, I'm coming after you so hard and so fast that nothing on this earth will ever be able to stop me. I swear on the memory of my mother and father, you're going to follow him to an early grave. You mean, you can try. I mean, that's kind of logical. Batman hates the guy, but Batman has a better chance killing him next, so they both gotta betray each other, so that's cool. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades from every quarters of the Soviet Union, please raise your glasses and join me in a toast to Superman, this birthday celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, to President Superman! Ching ching! President Superman! You haven't seen Diana, have you, Tony? You're supposed to meet me back here at the Presidium like hours ago. Oh, I wouldn't worry about her, Superman. As far as I recall, Wonder Woman's more than capable of looking after herself. It's great, isn't it? Superman's gonna be so pleased with this fireworks display I prepared over the Red Square. I honestly can't wait to see his face when this famous chest symbol of his lights up over the skies. Oh, for God's sakes, give it a rest, Savannah. You really had more dignity when you were Luthor's test tube cleaner. You sycophant little turd. Pardon me, darling. I don't mean to be rude, but there's something I've been meaning to ask you. I mean, I'm the Queen of Themyscira. Ori and Ronald represent Atlantis. Oh man. Peter runs the military police, and Thaddeus is a high-profile American defector. But who are you, dear? What brings you to the top table? Well, I'm an old friend of Superman's from his childhood, Your Highness, and a guy that I think what Lana's trying to say that she knew who the big man really was. Now he has to keep her sweet with champagne and a well-paid little job. Good God! This is outrageous! Superman, you really must believe me. I arranged those fireworks to celebrate your chest emblem. This charade has nothing to do with... Shut up, Savannah. I think it's pretty clear who's behind this. 10 seconds, Superman. Batman said you had 10 seconds to find me. Bat signal was just means of attracting your attention. Seems this is where things get really serious. Keep talking, Diana. I'm tracking the sound waves northeast towards Siberia. I'll be with you in less than 7 seconds. He's so fast, Superman. Much more resourceful than any of the other human beings. He's dangerous. Please be careful. Louder will get you nowhere, Wonder Woman. Computer, initiate LexCorp program on full power, starting in 30 seconds time. What have you done to her, you animal? Rest assured, only her pride has been hurt. Superman, it appears Wonder Woman's magic lasso really was spun from the magical girdle of Gaia. Now she's as obedient to me as all those poor dissidents she used to dominate for you. We ordinary people might lack your great speed or your X-ray vision, Superman, but never underestimate the power of the human mind. We carry the most dangerous weapon on Earth inside these thick little skulls of ours. I can see your brain from here, Batman, and believe me, it's nothing to boast about. Same goes for your childish gadgets. I'm afraid it takes more than a few smoke bombs and an explosive in your small intestine to beat me, you know. Keep talking, Big Mouth. Oh, sun lamps, wonderful. Let them burn for a few thousand years. I might get a heat rash. Urgh! Good God! How did you do that? How did you get so strong? Not that it matters, of course. A well-placed blast of heat vision and... You really don't get it, do you? You don't have heat vision anymore, Superman. Urgh. Strange visitor from another planet. Last son of a dying world. Everything they needed to defeat you can be found in those two phases, Superman. All we had to do is create the right conditions. Ugh. Building solar lamps to simulate the rays of your native red sun was Lex Luthor's idea, in case you're wondering. Digging you a cell beneath this Siberian detention center was a little touch of my own in the name of poetic justice. Don't worry, Superman. Everything you need to survive can be found inside. Only those poor dissidents who sent here during the Stalin years. Millions of people died in places like this to build that system you uphold. People I cared about. What you're going to feel for the next 10 minutes is nothing compared to what went through your power-mad lunatic. Whack! Run! Superman, get out of the light and your powers come back. Urgh. You should have never come here, Superman. You should have died on your own world, kept your alien fingers out of human affairs. We aren't your toys or your pets that you can train whatever you please. We're people, human beings. Maybe now you'll appreciate what that means. Great Hera, you can't condemn him to spend the rest of his life locked up in there like an animal. What's the alternative? Just put him out of his misery once and for all? He can't be allowed to interfere, Wonder Woman. Locking him up is the humane solution. Diana, can you hear me? Please listen carefully, because what I'm about to ask of you is our only chance against him now. As long as I'm trapped down here beneath the red sun rays, I'm powerless. There must be a generator of some kind out there providing the electricity. Diana, I need you to find it for me and destroy it. I know breaking the lasso is going to hurt. There's really no other way we're gonna beat him, Diana. We can't let Batman destroy everything we've worked for. And you're the only person now who can get us out of this mess. Please. More than anything I've ever asked for you before, I need you to help me here, Diana. As your oldest and dearest friend, I'm begging you to do whatever it takes here. Wonder Woman, no! Get the hell out of my way, little man. He's using you. You don't understand. All he cares about is the power. Diana! Oh, Jesus! Thakoom! No more tricks, Batman. No more solar lamps or magic lassos. Just a few hours brain surgery and a job in the Moscow banks for you. Now tell me, who set you up? Come now, Superman. Surely you know I'd rather martyr myself for the cause than end my day as one of your ridiculous Superman robots. Why else would I have swallowed a bomb before you and I went head to head? Oh, and by the way, it was Peter who betrayed you. Superman, are you okay? I found the generator just like you asked me to and tossed it into the Norwegian Sea, but I think I might have hurt myself when you made me snap that cord. It was like, I don't know, something just kind of switched off in my head or something. I mean, Peter? New Mexico. Things are falling apart, Dr. Luthor. The United States hasn't experienced this kind of social unrest since the horrors of the Civil War. My dear father put it best when he said, my lasting contribution to history must not be as the first president to divorce and remarry. Remarry while in office. We've got to use what we have here to turn Area 51 back into, bring this country back together. Diana turned to a G-Lif. She messed herself up breaking that cord. You know, it's magic, so not good. Riots in California, the White House bombed by communist sympathizers, Texas and Detroit seriously talking about independence. I'm afraid you won't be getting my vote next time, Jack. Ah, remove Superman from the world stage, and a very different picture emerges, Dr. Luthor. And now we finally have to do it. The ship itself is made of a fascinating alloy. We haven't been able to identify it yet, although we have been able to determine the age and probable use of the vehicle. Our dead friend in the solution here seems to belong to a group of, or a corps, of similar beings charged with the duty of policing the universe, possibly some kind of space cops. Keep talking, I'm all ears. Actually, this might be a good time to point out that we're not entirely among friends here, Jack. You know, these reporters and these love their First Amendment. Listen, someone had a thing going with JFK and the head of the Moscow police. It's hardly... had a thing with JFK and the head of the Moscow police force is hardly in the position to talk about security risks, lady. What's the lantern for? Ah, now this is interesting. At first we thought it was just some kind of decoration. Now our people are saying that it might be a doorway to a power source as old as the universe itself. The ring was attached to the alien's third finger, As you can see, the design features a lantern of near identical design. Unfortunately, nobody at the base is able to guess their relation. We hope that you might be able to come up with a solution. Dear God, Jack, are you people really this stupid? What you're looking at here is a weapon, old friend. Time to pass, my grip grew tighter. Barely a decision was made to cross the lengths and breadth of the Soviet Union without my permission in some form or another. The population was largely grateful and obedient. The freedom fighters, inspired by the death of Batman, made something of a problem. My desire for order and perfection, matched only by their dreams of violence and chaos. I offered them a utopia. They fought for the right to live in hell. Diana, of course, was the only one among us who truly knew what the meaning of that word. Her days had become a monotonous timetable of bathing, eating, sleeping, unable to even speak for long months after her experience in Siberia. It breaks my heart to think how much she hated me after that. How did everything we had turn so horribly, violently sour in the years that lay ahead? Comrade Rosalov? Where have you been? I heard they replaced you, but there was no official word that you've been even fired. I heard that you've gone missing for 6 weeks and... What? Spent a little time in the hospital. Quite true, dear Lana. Quite true. Oh my god, are you okay, Commander? Actually, I'm feeling much better, thanks for asking. But if you've come here to looking for Superman, I'm afraid he doesn't live here anymore, my dear. This is the new command center, where Moscow's day-to-day affairs will be controlled by Superman's reprogrammed Brainiac machine. What do you mean, gone? Only temporarily, comrade. Superman said he needed some time alone to collect his thoughts. That's why he commissioned all those artists and scientists to design this wonderful new retreat he's so excited about. Commander, please, I don't know what you're talking about. What retreat? Superman's holiday home. Haven't you heard? A vast palace in the northern wastes for his souvenirs and all those strange experiments he's been doing. They say he's been building some kind of fortress. That was issue 2. Fifth. Much of the world has now fallen under Superman's rule, with only America and Chile saying, no, we're not gonna do that. We're fine without you guys. Chapter 3. I'll get the chapter set up as well. One of them will take because okay. On the last chapter, which is the best chapter's a little short though. Okay, so good chapter. One. I think she'll eventually warm up to Superman. Oh, I don't care. That's that's a good one. Oh, I love those. That's a good pun. You know, speaking of temperature-wise, for my karaoke, I'm doing like I'm not sure how long I'm gonna delay the karaoke because the karaoke was attended for my endurance stream, but I never did it, so I still have karaoke in the works I need to do. Well, one of the songs will be Heat Miser, Cold Miser. I love that song. I love the Year Without Santa Claus. Those old Rankin basket stop motion things. Those are great. So I did Heat Miser on the thing. So Heat Miser, Cold Miser for that song. Cold Miser's the best. I like Cold Miser best. You know, cold's better than hot. You know, with this, like, hey, with heat, you get down to the shell layer. Like with cold, you can put more stuff on. With heat, no. Cold, you put more layers. Like bundle up. In my case, I get like a nice warm wool sock. Okay, so these BS socks, wool socks are amazing. I was given for oh, who wants a sock as a gift? I got these amazing socks as a gift once. Like really thick wool, they're great in the winter, and I love them. And so what's cool about socks though is buy 2, I'm an egg. I only need 1 sock. So just hide in. Still a nice little warm sock little thing. Another sock I guess a spare in case the other one gets to hold it. Yes, that's the clothing I can wear. Just a nice little bit of that. Eat. I got into my shell. What am I gonna do? Don't crack my shell off? No, let's not do that. I'm getting boiled. No, then. Issue 3. He's watching you. Red Sun Setting, Issue 3. On my 63rd birthday, Brainiac calculated that the world now contained almost 6 billion communists. I quickly double-checked that, and he was right. Oops. That's some... Yeah. Moscow tick-tocked with the same Swiss watch precision as every other town and city in our global Soviet Union. Every adult had a job, every child had a hobby, the entire human population enjoyed the full 8 hours of sleep their bodies required. Crime didn't exist. Accidents never happened. It didn't even rain unless Brainiac was absolutely certain that everyone was carrying an umbrella. Almost 6 billion citizens, and hardly anyone complained, even in private. The Batman seem to be responding well to their new personalities, Brainiac. I think we can safely reintroduce them into society soon, without any serious concerns. A steady hand and some pioneering neurosurgery, and even the most persistent troublemaker can now become productive workers, Comrade Superman. If my own rehabilitation isn't proof enough, surely your other former enemies cleaning toilets in Bombay is a tribute to the success of our initiative. Even Luthor has been unusually quiet lately. Success is only measured in results, Brainiac. Summarize today's statistics, please. Productivity is up 8%. Life expectancy has increased to 112 Earth years. Suicides are down since I added fluorescent hydrochloride to the water supply. Birth rates are on the rise, all increase localized to the prearranged trouble spots. What about America? Still a war zone, unfortunately, and still refusing the aid packages we've offered them. 350 million people are on the brink of starvation, Superman. Oh, the car photo. I like the reaction of the guy. That guy's reaction is just perfect. It's always like the scream face from the painting, but also like that's a good reaction image. I like it. And you know, the car being broken, like of Superman, the Superman issue. Wouldn't it be more humane to just invade their shores and make them fall in line with the rest of the world? Out of question. The old friend, this global revolution has been bloodless so far. There's no reason to change tactics now. America will fall like every other outdated world economy. All we have left to do is pick up their pieces. Of that much, I was certain. All I had to do was bide my time, and the whole world would finally be as perfect as God had intended. It didn't occur to me for a moment what Luthor had been plotting in his lead-lined, soundproof laboratory. Flex, flex, flex! Death to Superman! President Luthor ceased trading with the rest of the world in January 2001 and created a strict internal market where he had absolute control over every dollar bill. By February, he had doubled the standard of living for every American citizen, and he doubled it again in March. April saw a swift return to full employment. By May, he had eradicated homelessness in the 34 states still under White House control after the Civil War of 1986. June 1st marked the return of the 6 prodigal states. By the middle of his first year in office, America had a vibrant economy, a happy population, a president with an unprecedented approval rating of 100%. This wasn't done for the people. Lex Luthor couldn't stand the people. Like everything else in his miserable life, it was just the first stage in a plan to eliminate me. I know you still got a sentimental attachment to these silly old newspaper offices, Lois. You must admit, the globe ruins an otherwise magnificent skyline. Tearing down the obsolete and replacing it with something better is just the natural order of things, dear sister. Maybe you're right, Lucy, but isn't this odd how Lex managed to save every other business in the country except the one I used to work for? Why resurrect the Metropolis Eagle but give the Daily Planet the execution order? Is he just being deliberately cruel? Of course not, darling. What possible reason could Lex have for intentionally hurting his own wife? Because he knows I love this newspaper with all my heart. He can't stand the idea of me loving anything except him. Oh, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Lex just likes to surround himself with people he can trust, and your responsibilities as First Lady eclipse whatever little trophies you've picked up as newspaper. Have you forgotten that it was like it was? Have you forgotten what it was like before Lex and Jimmy won the White House from Friedman? Lois, there were tanks on the Fifth Avenue, people killing each other for food. Don't flame out on him now that we've finally had something solid ground to fight Superman on. You know the country always comes first, Lucy, but I hate the way he thinks he can just manipulate like us, put pieces on one of his stupid chessboards. Sometimes when he's drawing charts across our bedroom wall, and I see our names in little boxes, I wonder if this big plan to beat Superman is really in the world's best interest. Superman might be a nut with a messiah complex, but do you think we're in danger of replacing one demagogue for another? Very possible, darling, but at least Lex Luthor is a demagogue who speaks English. So, what makes you think he'll try to invade us? Because Superman is a sick, totalitarian control freak, Jimmy. And for the first time in his life, things are going wrong. His plans for global domination hinged upon America's complete collapse by midnight tonight. My genius has delivered our strongest economy since 1776. Invasion is the only realistic option he's got left. Be serious about this perfect world he's always talked about. But the second he invades, we're mashed potatoes, Lex. All our little CIA-funded toys you've used to throw at him in the good old days didn't even ruffle his spit curl. What makes you think you can go head-to-head with the guy now he's got more solar charge than ever? My indefatigable superiority complex, Olsen. Now shut up and take a deep breath. Where the hell are we? Purgatory, Limbo, call it whatever you were raised to believe in. I myself prefer the Phantom Zone. This is where we can talk outside the limits of super hearing and work beyond the range of those eerie cobalt eyes. I don't believe you figured this out. I don't believe this. You figured out the code to recharge the Green Lantern ring and didn't even tell me? It took 18 years to crack that 24-word combination. It was worth every Pico second, Jimmy. Code name, Green Light, is the best hope we've had in almost half a century, knocking that big latex circus freak on his incredible backside. Wondering that level of power to somebody else sounds remarkably out of character for you. Why didn't you hang on to the ring for yourself? Because that stupid little trinket is powered by honesty and willpower. I'm sorry to say. That said, it didn't take long to find some noble idiot with the qualifications. Do you remember Hal Jordan? The name rings a bell, sir. Was it some kind of test pilot? Only one of the most decorated pilots in military history. You probably read this story about his plane going down to Malaysia back in 1983. We were still trying to drive the communists out of the South Pacific. He was captured by the enemy, tortured every day, and fed on a diet of insects until he dropped to a skeletal 90 pounds. Any normal man would have lost his mind or died in the conditions Jordan endured, but he lasted 4 years like this, and it was all thanks to his incredible willpower. What do you mean? Basically, he filled his agonizing long days by building a virtual concentration camp in his head for the communists responsible who were persecuting him. He'd spent those weeks composing a design, then selecting a right spot in his old hometown, started building the place in real time. If it took him 3 days to dig the foundations, he would spend 3 days imagining every step. If it took a week to install the gas pipes, he spent exactly 186 hours making sure everything was perfect, even stopped for coffee breaks. By 1987, he had constructed something the size of a football stadium. Do what? to mentally execute each and every one of his captors in what he described as the most joyous night of his life. Under the current circumstances, I really believe Jordan has what it takes to bring down Superman by himself. Yeah, that is the backstory. Captured by communists, then imagine yourself murdering them. Time. But Jordan's only one of several surprises I've got on my sleeve. I can see why your Secretary of State calls Themyscira Paradise Island, Your Highness. If the absence of men means the world can be this perfect, perhaps it's time we banned them from Metropolis too. Man's world grows more insane with every passing year, Mrs. Luthor. It's the only place that exists where women can be safe from their vulgarity and all-consuming lust. But surely there's something you miss out there, right? After all, you and Superman was something of an item when you wore your high heels and called yourself Wonder Woman. Superman had a clearness in his eyes which I thought separated him from the rest of... The truth is, he's just as dangerous and power-obsessed as any other male. In fact, I regret that I learned that to my cost some years ago. He's a very charismatic individual. His apparent sincerity fooled me for a long time. If you've ever met him in the flesh, you'll understand how his skin almost crackles. Oh, I perfectly understand, Your Highness. In fact, if I wasn't so happily married, I almost found him attractive myself. I've often wondered why a woman of your character remains by the side of that hairless Machiavellian, Mrs. Luthor. You might have restored the dignity of your country, but I've fought enough of his killer robots over the years. Lex Luthor has no regard for human life. It's quite clear that the only reason he ran for president was to get a more effective platform which he might destroy Superman from. The ends justify the means. For all we know, Roosevelt only ran for office because he liked skidding around the White House in a wheelchair. But he still beat Hitler, right? Why did you really come here, Mrs. Luthor? I don't want to hear about your excuse about a diplomatic visit from the First Lady on behalf of the Wonder Woman of America. Why are you really here? Make sure Lex has your support when he launches his big attack on Superman within the next 24 hours. Stalingrad. Lost the Opera House, the Olympic Stadium, 40 or 50 block apartments, and God knows how many people were before we killed it, Superman. Where were you? Difficult enough to maintain some kind of order in this place without handling problems like this. You're supposed to check the filters every 24 hours. I'm so sorry, comrades. The first organism to slip past my microscopic vision all these years. I can't hardly believe it. I allowed this to happen. I've just been so distracted lately. Not only will I double my efforts to bring Stalingrad back to its natural size, but you have it on my word. I'll check the filter tubes on an hourly basis from now on. Again, I can only offer my apologies. I promise I'll never let you down again. Virtual image off. Superman out. How could you do this, Brainiac? What kind of monster would trap an entire civilization in a simple jar? That's the most grotesque thing I've ever seen. Forgive me, Superman, but I disagree with your assertion. I cared for these cultures and tended to their every requirement to survive as a species. You can't blame an alien supercomputer for destroying information. All I was doing was following my original Prime Directive. But you took away what made them human! And there's never an excuse for that. Brainiac, failing to regrow these people has been a black spot in my career. Perhaps, but our biggest concern at the moment should be events in North America. This is no longer a case of the one corner of the world where things didn't go to plan. The newly United States now pose a threat. A threat to everything you ever accomplished, Superman. This is Luthor's ultimate death trap. He spent almost 2 decades formulating this single assault, and my evidence suggests that things will be coming to a head shortly. Any recommendations? Strike first, eliminate his power bases, execute Luthor, and complete the mission you started half a century ago. A perfect world is only hours away if you're brave enough to grasp it, Superman. But I don't want to invade them, Brainiac. Everything I've accomplished so far has been done by winning the argument. I could have had my utopia overnight if I'd hammered the world into submission with my fists. But America's like a cancer cell. Superman, you can either act now and surgically remove it, or step back and let it destroy the rest of the body. It's a choice that only you can make, comrade. Let me see some numbers. If we attack now, I estimate a total of only 6.5 million dead, and a conflict lasting no more than 8 hours. However, every 30 minutes you delay the decision will approximately double the variables involved. Time is certainly of the essence here. Unless of course you surrender immediately and drop the estimated fatalities to an aging Kryptonian despot and his cringing robotic manslave. Luthor? Congratulations, Superman. You've successfully identified one of the 2 most famous faces on terra firma. In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power, Green Lantern's light. How did you get past the palace's defenses? Defenses? Oh, I thought those were just decorations for some cheap Russian folk festival. Oh, this is your famous winter palace, eh? It's only surprising you haven't had a date in decades. Tell me, is it true you and Brainiac spend every night of the week playing chess to stalemate until one of you breaks down and starts sobbing for mother? Boys in green? Yep, Green Lanterns are here. I love them. Luthor, what are you doing here? I thought you'd be busy priming for your ultimate weapon for the big attack. Wonder Woman and the Green Lantern Marine Corps. Oh, they're good, Superman, but they're hardly the basis on which my assault upon your evil empire. I came here to fight you on my own terms. Are you ready to lock horns with the most dangerous mind in the world? Don't irk yet. Brainiac, what the hell are you doing? Something we should have done many years ago, Superman. Luthor simply must be turned into a Superman robot like we did with all the others, all those years ago. I couldn't allow him to debate you. Entering a conversation with a level 9 intelligence is more dangerous than any death trap. My calculations were that he could have talked you into suicide within 14 minutes. So this is how it all ends. Now, there's still the matter of the American forces preparing to attack. Superman, but now the decision is quite simple. Do you meet aggression with aggression, or do you allow these people to take apart everything you've ever accomplished? Green Lantern Corps, this is Colonel Hal Jordan. Maintain a speed of Mach 6, and pick an altitude where you aren't going to kill any birds. Roger that, Colonel Jordan. Brainiac, prepare the ship for full-scale assault. You take the west coast, I'll take the east. We can converge in Washington at 1600 hours and seize the White House together. Damn you for making me do this, Luthor. Damn you to hell, you lunatic. Okay, boys, we're only going to get one shot at this, so let's knock the ball out of the park and make the folks back home proud, eh? Pardon me, Mr. Vice President, but we found something on the radar. I think you should take a look at this, sir. Mayday, mayday! Unidentified ship flying object headed for the southwest at 6 times the speed of sound. Prepare for attack, prepare for attack. What? Oh, I got taken out fast. Superman! Stay cool, gentlemen. Don't be intimidated. Exactly what we trained for. Like hell! It's like hell is, sir. He's gonna kill us all! He's too fast, Colonel. It's completely hopeless. Not in my lexicon, Rainer. Now shut up and think green thoughts. What in God's name? Remember the President's design, boys. This box has to be a box within an infinite number of boxes. Each layer should be 1 micron thick, so the entire structure is impossible to breach. I can't hold it in, sir. My mind's starting to wander, and I'm thinking about a TV show I watched as a kid. Go bite your lip and count to 10, Gardner. Doesn't matter what he's hitting us here. Now you freak out now, and they'll be sipping vodkas in the Pentagon by sundown, soldier. Oh my God! Think fresh pictures. Think fresh, huh? Yeah, Gardner, Rainer. Surprised there's no Stewart. Yes. I like when they name drop characters in Elseworlds. Yep, it's Guy. Oh, looks like Guy screwed. Okay, Guy screwed it all up. Guy. A thought-based weapon against somebody who can move at the speed 10 times the speed of thought. Not too smart, Jordan. Now stay here and make yourselves comfortable, comrades. I'll be back in an hour to reprogram everyone. Just bite the ring. I mean, I've heard of ring pops, but I'm not sure if you'll eat the ring. But you know what, Superman? Good job. Ground control to one woman. Green Lantern Corps has been neutralized. I repeat, Green Lantern Corps has been neutralized. Are you ready to engage? Ready and willing, Commander. Don't make me do this, Diana. I don't want to hurt you, but I will if I have to. Your choice, Princess. Diana, no! He's crucifying the Amazons, and the Brainiac ship has disabled 90% of our fleet in the Pacific in a matter of minutes. What do we have left to lose? Release all those super villains Luthor created over the years. Hit them with everything we've got. Yes, sir. Why are you siding with them like this, Diana? I'm trying to save the world. Here, you idiot. One woman, fall back and attend to any casualties. You've been relieved. I repeat, you've been relieved. Let's go. Let's do this for the last stand. Oh. Hey, Metallo. Doomsday. Lois, forget the plan. It doesn't matter anymore. We've got to get out of here. You've said it yourself, Lucy. Lex Luthor doesn't make mistakes, and he isn't going to make one now. I hope. I'm going to have to ask you to evacuate the area, Mrs. Luthor. I respect the fact that you're taking a stand like this. We're destroying everything within a 5-mile radius of the Pentagon. I don't want anyone to be hurt. I'm sorry, Superman, but my home. I'm not budging an inch. I don't think you understand, ma'am. Your Air Force has been neutralized. People have been scattered to the winds. America is finished. I'm afraid you don't have anything left to hit me with. Actually, there's that one shell left in our arsenal, Superman. If you think I'm kidding, look, just take a look at the letter in my pocket. With all the greatest respect, Mrs. Luthor, I hardly think a brown manila envelope is going to stop me in my tracks, even if it does have a presidential seal. What am I doing? Well, they say the pen is mightier than the sword, Lois. So I'm distilling everything Superman hates and fears about himself into a single sentence. He might shrug off a nuclear strike, but I guarantee this is going to strike that flame-proof heart of his. I couldn't allow him to debate with you, Superman. Entering a conversation with a 9th-level intelligence is more dangerous than any death trap. My calculations are, if he could talk you into suicide within 14 minutes. Superman, are you okay? Oh my god! What have I done? All I wanted was to put an end to all the wars and famines. I only wanted the best for everyone. You gotta believe me. What was in this letter? Why don't you put the whole world in a bottle, Superman? Why don't you put the whole world in a bottle, Superman? Superman, you appear to be distressed. What's wrong? I'm just as bad as you were, Brainiac. I'm just another alien bullying a less developed species. It's morally unjustifiable. Switch off your weapons systems, comrade. We're going home. But you can't stop now when you're on the brink of utopia, Superman. Denying imperfection is more morally corrupt than enforcing it. At least leaving them alone means they can make their own mistakes again, comrade. Luthor's right. This isn't how the world was meant to be. We weren't born here. We have no right to interfere. And that is your final decision? Is there nothing I can say that might change your mind on the matter? Nothing, Brainiac. Absolutely nothing. Well, I'm afraid that's just unacceptable, Man of Steel. Ah! Did you really think you could reprogram me, little thing? A 12th level intelligence? Did you really think I couldn't outmaneuver those clumsy human fingers? The notion is preposterous. Help! For God's sake, somebody save him! I wasn't under your command. You were under mine. Man, expanding and consuming country by country until an entire world ran to my ideals. Such a shame you won't be alive to see the work complete. See the work continue, planet by planet, until an entire universe hums under my battery. Don't die calling me a monster, Superman. It is important that you realize you and I are exactly the same kind of creature. Oop. What happened to the power? Cut off by those clumsy human fingers, he had said he was adept at outmaneuvering, dear Lois. Letting me into the heart of this thing was his first mistake, but darling, the big one was underestimating the resourcefulness of a human mind. Your move, Superman. Nice of you to save the CPU before you squashed him, alien. But you will have the decency to leave Earth now that you realize what a sociological disaster you've been causing. First, I plan to bury this in the Sea of Tranquility, Luthor. Then we can figure out whether or not I can safely stand behind on. 59 seconds to detonation. What? 57 seconds detonation. Oh my god! Oh my god! He has a self-destruct mechanism encoded into the hard drive in case something like this ever happened. The 6 mini black holes that were powering the engines have appeared to prime to go off. What are we going to do, Superman? What do you think, Luthor? But the power output is on a level being unleashed is going to wipe out everything in a 15 million mile radius. And even you aren't that fast. Don't count on it, mister. What's going on? What is he doing? Something wonderful, Jimmy. Lex, I know you're not gonna hear this message for a while, or even see the explosion until light reaches you. There's something I want to say before you go. Well played, old friend. Superman gone, Maniac gone, the whole world ready to embrace Lutherism, even more than before. One could have almost been forgiven for thinking that this had all been worked out to the 10th decimal point 40 years ago, eh? Checkmate, Superman. For the first time in human history, the world had tasted death, and so they gloried in their triumph. As excited by Superman's defeat as they were by Brainiac's. Lex Luthor and Jimmy Olsen won a landslide victory in 2004. Elected to the White House with a staggering 101% of the vote. To this day, scientists and mathematicians are baffled by the results. Everyone a little too superstitious to blame the figures on computer error. Freed from Superman's all-seeing eye, the Soviet Empire descended into chaos for a while, until the Batman reappeared and brought justice to the streets again. Within 6 months, Luthor was running their economy. Within a year, even Moscow had signed up with the global United States. Setting up home in the Winter Palace, he combined his own ideas with notes from the archives, creating a new brand of style of government, unlike anything we'd ever seen. I almost hate to admit it, but Superman and Brainiac actually had some good ideas here, boys. Cancer was gone before too long. AIDS consigned to the history books. Diabetes, blindness, and every inherited form of illness was eradicated by a man who invented a pill, proving that humans didn't even have to sleep anymore. By his 75th birthday, Luthor retired the conventional politicians, created one world government composed of artists, writers, philosophers, and scientists. By the age of 120, the entire solar system had been colonized. Triple had replaced the cup, doubling the lifespan the average man would have. Live for even greater than that. Would live for an incredible 800 years. On the cusp of the 4th millennium, as he lay dying in his cryo chamber, with his dear wife beside him, he was asked by a news robot what his greatest accomplishment was. The answer was simple, he whispered, without a moment's hesitation. Defeating the alien, my boy! What in the world could possibly compare with saving my people from Superman? With a smile on his face, Dr. Lex Luthor died. Metropolis was where he was born and where he asked to be laid to rest. A geometric maze of his own design. The city was renamed to Lexor, or 500 years earlier. You could still recognize some of the old landmarks, like the Metropolis Towers and the Daily Planet building. That's hilarious. Happy ending, Desmond. Yeah, he's that petty. I thought for a moment that his widow might recognize me at the funeral. Would she see through the disguise and dark blue suit I created? Lois Lane was, after all, a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist. What's up, Mom? Are you okay? Fine, Albert. Absolutely fine. I just had the strangest deja vu. But to my surprise, she didn't. Not even for a second. And anyway, Superman really did die out in the outer reaches all those years ago. Luther might have dropped a decimal point when he calculated my density, but he successfully made me realize the human race would thrive without me. The first time I could sit back and see the wonders of the world through human eyes, and appreciate a resourcefulness that I had failed to give them credit for. Mankind had evolved to become the most advanced species inspired and led by a billion years of the Luthor lineage. Lena Luthor, the artist, Lombard Luthor, the Imagineer, Lori Luthor, Luth145, mathematician, Jordan Luthor, 1938, pioneering Necronaut, first man to set foot in the afterlife. Wait, what? Alex L, Jordan L, Lana L, and of course Lex Luthor's great-grandson, to the power of 50, a young man who called Jor L, whose IQ exceeded that of his beloved ancestor. But he's been acting strange lately, working too hard and telling the world that our bright red sun that has dimmed my powers and aged my mind is in danger of consuming us all. Could he be right? I wonder, or is this to be the first time in countless years that a Luthor had a mistake? Idiots! We're governed by idiots, Laura! What's happened, Jor-El? Didn't the Science Council listen to your warnings? Listen! Those oversatisfied fools didn't even look at my readings. I gave them a firm, substantial evidence. Earth is on the brink of collapse into our own sun, and they tell me the planet's merely shifting its orbit. It's almost like they've done nothing to do but die. But I refuse to let their emptiness bring any harm to you, my little Kal-El. Why should you have to suffer for being born in the wrong century with nothing left to conquer? Do we really have to send him so far back, Jor-El? The sun's rays were yellow in those days. They're people weak and primitive. He's gonna be so different from everyone. But he'll be strong. He'll be fast. He'll be virtually indestructible. And he'll need these adventures to survive, my darling. Goodbye, my son. Go back and change the world, so that we might not become so cold. So we might not become this cold, complacent lot. Go back and bring a little light into our lives again. The Ukraine, 1938. The end. Yep. Time loop. Time loop. Yes. Superman is related to Lex Luthor. Superman is Lex Luthor's grandson, great-grandson, type Power 50. Happy ending. This is suffering. Please not like this. Please no. I hate this. No. Not this sort of sham ending. Yep. Earth becomes Krypton. And Superman, I saw it when they started shortening it to L. Yep. Your L. The end. I'm glad to have everyone with me. This is Red Sun was a great story. And then in 15 minutes I'll start the side tube. So give me a moment. Oh, I forgot to change the I will Red Sun. Yep. Red Sun. Okay. just a small little break, and what the watch along. I gotta pop some popcorn. I bought some popcorn for this whole thing, so let's not burn it this time. The entire comic just decided to metastasize into a meme at the end. Well, why don't you put the whole? Okay, the ending's kind of funny. It's dumb. I get it. Where they're going for it, but why don't you put the whole world in a bottle? It's such a just fantastic line. It all built up to that line, and the pen is mightier than the sword. Luther won with that, and I loved it. That one line is so intrinsically boils down to Superman's fears. Superman in the continuity always fears like, oh, well, I don't want to do that. It's fine, but yes, I'll pop some popcorn and we'll go for that. We'll go for the movie. Yes, let's see. That's popcorn now. Yep. No, that's about 150 pages read in about 2 hours, so that's good amount of time. It is a storming right now, so if I just die out, that's probably what happened. I'm popcorn's going for about popcorn's going for like a minute and a half. So okay, yes. Actually, it did kind of peter out at the end. I mean, it's kind of silly, like oh, time loop, but I mean, it's kind of cool. Although I guess if they want to make an even weirder ending, have the time loop but land in Kansas. That's okay. That's something I'm gonna change the ending. I'm gonna change the ending so instead of landing in the Ukraine like he does to make a loop, he lands in Kansas to change the timeline to our timeline. So it was a good story. I I really like how you see the slow corruption of Superman. I mean, you see him making robots out of people. You see him like having more control, just tighter control over everything. It's a slow corruption story. I should probably put on my let me put a text box on this thing. Text box. Big yeah, not like this, not like this. Look. Eh, yeah. I'm putting the title as well. Is that okay? Popcorn popped. Look. I mean, I hate doing popcorn. It's like new. Uh, I got a new thing of popcorn. I got some new popcorn, and so that first time when you put it in the microwave, it's like, okay, how much time does it need? Because some popcorn, it seems like, okay, you only need like this amount of time. If you follow the directions exactly, you get good popcorn. Some popcorn's like, okay, it says this much time, but you actually go longer or shorter. Like, okay, if it says like 2 minutes, no, you need to do 1:45, it'll get burned, or you need to go 2:30, or else nothing. It'll have like a lot of corners at the bottom. This time is like the first time I've done this one, so I went with the direction on the box, and kind of good. A little bit smells kind of. I smell a little bit of burn, but it's like that. Not all of it, so edible. Maybe I should put a video up for I was muted. I'll show. Oh, I know what I should do. Five minutes. Yeah, but now they just got. Oh, at the 5 minutes, no, I won't get here. So that's such a good comic. I just love how I love how they really kept Superman still Superman, even though he's raised in Soviet Union. He still wanted to save people. That was still his biggest goal. You know, I don't care about your nation, your nationality. I don't care where you're from. I'm gonna save you. Which I mean, do that too far to a degree, but still, it's like very much so. I bet popcorn. Oh. Because let's just see until he thought of that. Yeah. I like how Lex like even on his deathbed, it's like, oh, I cured cancer, I did all this stuff. No, my greatest accomplishment was killing Superman. That's all I lived for. Everything else was downhill from there. Making everyone cool, yeah, that's fine. I had to do that to show off that I'm even better than Superman. So his last dying breath, seething at Superman. Gotta love him. And I also love that first chapter. He's like, oh hey, if Superman landed in America, I'm sure we'd be best of friends. Best part is, I bet Luthor actually believes that. I bet Luthor from this Elseworlds actually does believe. Oh yeah, if Superman was in my place, I'm sure we'd be best buds. And we know how that goes from real life. Oh, I just remember what I was gonna think of. Okay, the next comic I'm reading. Okay, I plan for my next comic will be JLA League of One. It's a Wonder Woman story. So our next hero will be Wonder Woman to be read, and then after that, I mean 52 is gonna continue on until the year. I'm reading 52 always, but after Wonder Woman we have, let's see, is a lot of. I'm going to the Justice League mainly, so either a Flash or a Green Lantern story. Both are good options. Flash and Green Lantern are just great characters themselves. I could do Flashpoint Paradox and throw the movie off after that. Yeah, actually, good idea. Thank you, Egg. Yeah, we might be doing Flashpoint Paradox after we do a Wonder Woman story. So then we'll do a Green Lantern. Green Lantern does have good movies as well. But yeah, so we'll be doing that off. We'll hydrate. Thank you. I guess when I do Flashpoint Paradox the comic and movie, I'll have to talk about cosmology and stuff, so that'll be a fun time. I'm gonna talk about the history of DC because Flashpoint marks the end of a continuity from '85 to 2011. Such a long continuity. That's like bogged down by something, but still. Like like a fourth of a decade of continuity just like gone. Like that 26 years, just all of that continuity wiped clean into a new state into the New 52, which was New 52 was good and bad. It had stuff. It existed. It was a interesting time, but something was good there. I like that's actually kind of when I started reading comics was before Rebirth, but after that it was like Forever Evil. I believe it was like my first real. I mean, I knew a comics. Everyone knows a comics growing up, but the first time I actually like, followed a comic series was Forever Evil. That was a case where like the evil version of the Justice League joined invaded the Earth. Earth 3. Actually, Earth 3 had a miniseries actually recently. That now, but there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of comics. There's so many of them. Something that I want to read that I haven't even started yet. Ah man, I would want to read them though because I've read that part of them. I think what I'm gonna have to do maybe is just set aside some time to read stuff. I mean, I do have a lot of free time, so I probably could. But sometimes you just gotta actually like, dedicate yourself to this time. I'm gonna do this. Then this time I'm gonna do whatever. I'll put like some time to so I can actually start talking about modern comics that are coming out now. Actually, speaking of modern comic, Joker. There's a Joker comic out there that's amazing. It's not actually a Joker comic. Well, it is a Joker comic. It's more of a Jim Gordon comic, and Jim Gordon's like a really fun character. So actually, we'll get the play this. Okay, 3, 2, 1, play. Okay, start. Warner Brothers animations. And here we go to the watch along. So much content in the world. Oh yeah, Vtuber content as well. There's so many Vtubers I want to watch, but I can multi stream drift to a degree, but some are harder. Some combos are hard to. Okay, some people's voices are harder to multi drift because they get drowned out by others, or they I know this situation where I had two streamers at the same time, and the voices were so similar to it, in a way. I was like, wait, did that one say it or did that one say it? Oh, intro, yeah, intro's awesome. I like the CGI. Like, it reminds me of the old Justice League cartoons. That CGI intro. Oh. Reunion. What do I call the movie makes some changes from the actual story itself. I'm not sure if they're that important changes. We'll see. This is the first time I'm watching the movie. His backstory is actually kind of cool. They didn't really touch on his childhood that much during the readings. Oh. That was a good right hook. Was it left hook? Actually, no, it was right. Now I don't know my directions. Oh no. Good reason to run. Whoa. Man, he's been lifting. I'm not gonna lie, this voice of Superboy is not what I expected. This young boy voice, I'm like, hmm. Yeah, he is a young boy, so it's kind of fun, but still it's like weird. From Superman. I'll have this burned popcorn, same for mine. Just a little bit burned, but hey, added flavor. There you go. I like the black, white, and red logo intro. Nice silhouette style. It's cool. I wonder if there's a Russian dub of this. That'd be kind of cool to watch it in the quote unquote original Russian. See how Russian Superman sounds in that version. Oh, oh, it's the same logo. Oh, same page. One thing about loud. One thing about comic movies I really like is when they recreate a panel exactly, like panel for panel. So, thought I started the oh, flamethrower as well. I was gonna start the movie before my internet went out because it stormed kind of a bit bad, but not too terrible. Hope they spent. Oh, can't change stuff around. That's kind of cool. Save time. I know they did this for All Star Superman. They cut like 6 issues out. Hello, Stalin. Wasn't stalling for time there. He got that speech done quickly. Oh, oh, oh damn! Here it goes. There's Metropolis. I feel like something about comic book movies that I don't like that they really can't solve is narration. They don't let you. They don't have the narration. Like the red boxes I read from the story, those red boxes are not here. That's because it's narration. Same with All Star. Oh, you did. They twist the words to make that word way, so he's kind of right. I like the other planet. I like the newspaper aspect of him. Cute. Yep. Too bad she's married. Same brand my doctor smokes. Yep. Time period piece. Ah. Ooh. Yep. Happy Farm's not so happy. That's Interesting. Interesting. Learning the atrocities. Good job, man. That's one way to hide stuff from Superman. Just a nice lead vault. It's interesting how long lead's been a weakness of Superman's. Like, you can't see through lead. I guess it's because radioactive properties of that time. Like, hey, radiation's cool, so like lead shielding. So that way, Daxamites are Kryptonians, not from Krypton, but they're from Daxam. Their weakness is lead. I guess that weakness is kind of evolved to be more part of like Superman and like Krypton itself. Oh, mine. Look horrible. Oh, like a sun. Starvation. Wow. Jeez. Oh, kid, that probably is not being imported at all. Oh, hello, not Batman. A good change of the story. I like what they did with this change. A tragic backstory now, or more tragic backstory. It's actually change. I like it though. I'm already out of popcorn. Great power comes great responsibility. That's Spider-Man. Same concept though. He has the power. Now he's responsible to use it to save everyone. F indeed. F for Lana. I love this change. Yeah, don't say that, man. You're digging your own grave. Whoa! Vaporized. I kneel. Politics at its finest. Ah, he's crying too. That hurts to take a life. Lois is not an architect. Wow, Alex, that's a good idea. Yeah, this was just vaporize Stalin. That's right, Rick. It's pretty much Oh, hello, Jimmy Olsen. I mean, I think this did come out around the same time. It was Black and like the, I believe it was. Yes. Yeah, and this one he does Vapor Stone. That's actually just a good idea. Good plan. Get DNA. Green War 2? Oh, wow. Dang. Wow, that's an offer. Yeah, baby, it's not by Superman. Chess pieces. Such a good gift. No, I didn't need to know point two, Lois, but thank you. Good job on that one. I never thought Lex Luthor like that. Whoa, wait. Hello, Superior Man. You don't look messed up. Huh. That's a bad idea. We're just gonna shoot each other from the sides. That's gonna ricochet, you know? Never mind. Cartoon. Don't think about that. Mount. Ah. Fear. That works. They did kill off Stalin, so they didn't have no reason ever this scene. So that makes sense out as well. Real quick. Hello, Superior Man. Oh, that's a change. In the comic, he's blind to her affection. Change. Well, with that change, it does make some future events a bit interesting. How they're gonna. Up now. That was just. Eh, that works out. A few changes, but not much so far. Oh, that's one way about it. God, this guy's hilarious. Wow, he's braggadocious. That's a punch. Wow. Oh, wow, Superior Man, you're a bit good old American liberation. They spilled some oil under Moscow. Let's go. Go, boys. Red cape versus red cape. Blue versus black. Let's see who wins this one. I mean, we gotta know who. Oh, yeah, that's. God, I love his voice. I know the voices are good. I was worried about, too much of a Russian accent, because, when I was doing my reading, I didn't want to go stereotypical Russian accent while I was reading it, so they have just the right amount of Russian. They're not rushing out the lines. Uh-oh. Oh. Hyper mode. Yeah, that's not some good stuff you're taking, dude. Don't get the roid rage. Lasers. Thing change from that to Bizarro. I like Bizarro more because Bizarro did the backwards talk. He was so Bizarro was so ugly that he's like, the people are gonna hate me even though I love everybody. I'm just gonna, yeah. Bizarro was tragic. His own people were insulting him. There he is. Oh, here's the Bizarro. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. Ow. That's This Bizarro is less so tragic, it seems. Brutal. He punched his hair off. More power! Jeez. Bizarro, yeah. Oh. Eric. Ew. Reminds me of like a Left 4 Dead tank. The tank from Left 4 Dead, like, it has that. Oh. They need to. That's disgusting. You know, he started looking like a tank near the end, and then you had the boys of a tank, so that was, not really just, yeah. Justifying it, yeah. And it. I mean, that would have I mean, killed your son, dude. I mean, if a clone of me died in my hands, I'd be scared too. Like, I'd feel fear if an egg was in my psychic hands, an egg just like melted in front of me. That would be weird. I don't want another egg me to like just get cracked in front of me. That'd be bad. It is a good adaptation. Wait, America's making the Berlin Wall this time. Um, why they're so good? Good question. A lot of this. That's some. There were some bad adaptations, like Apocalypse Wars was bad. Oh yeah, no, live action's garbage. I agree. Shazam was good. Shazam, I love Shazam. Oh hey, Berlin Wall speech. Shazam is a Christmas movie. That's what I like to watch it around then. Tear down this wall. Toxicity they'll never be able to purge. Like, yeah. Some of those, Oh, hello, Brainiac. Poisoned. Yeah, no, I think, there was a time period for like 4 or 5 years where they weren't good, animated movies. Like, the New 52 stuff was based off, okay, the movie is based off the New 52, and New 52 wasn't that good, so the movies weren't that good. Too much Batman with an issue with that, like, Bad Blood, all that stuff. Judas Contract, Justice League vs. Titans, just some not great stuff. I mean, they weren't terrible, but they're not the quality of before stuff, like Flashpoint quality, or Two Worlds. Oh. So that's how the shrink beam works, I see. Oh. That's the way to break through a shield, good job. Whoa. Oh ship, there's it goes. Ooh, that shot, I mean, that's just so easy when it's all head. What's Lana? Made Lana look more like her like animated like movie, DC, the Superman cartoon, blah blah. Ah, I see, and thank you. Batruski. I like his hat. Well, thanks for warning them. um, yeah, bomb the exits. That's actually I love his hat though. Bat hat, awesome. But yeah, no, oh god. Jeez, Batman. Yeah, head for the exits. Bomb the exits. Oh yeah, 10 minutes, 10 seconds. Wow. The other bat terrorist. Batterist. Yes. Yeah, I don't think those guys live in that fall. That, that's a bit much, Batman. He was the good guy, just not a good guy. That terrorist did, in the other one, bomb stuff. It's a different moral. Oh, yeah, this one's a lot more evil. Less shades of gray. Oh, he didn't kill people. What about the explosions? At least you try not to. Yeah. Oh, these people are. Yeah, give more reason for Superman to go evil. Yep, more justification. Oh, looks like the Bat Gang started early. He didn't know how to do shades of gray. Yeah, it's simplified good versus evil. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, he's nice. Oh, I recall how fixing works in this story. Mr. Roboto. Oh, Wonder Woman. One thing I'm gonna have to say about the coloration is the black and red just makes me think of the Nazi versions of these guys of World X. World X is in the multiverse. There's a world where Nazis won, and there Wonder Woman is like blonde hair, blue eyed Aryan, etc. etc. Her theme's black and red, and the Nazi Superman also is black and red. So if you didn't have the symbols on them, the Nazi Superman and the commie Superman looks the same. It's kind of weird. It needs more yellow. But as I play with the themes of the designs, more yellow. But then again, they look like McDonald's that way. So I guess I'm going to go black, but still. But again, there's more red on the communist version instead the Earth X version is a lot more blacker, so there is some difference. Design stuff, really. I guess they're different enough. One has a red cape, one has a black cape. That makes the difference. Oh, I'm in Starship. Whoa. Usually the Green Lantern rings like makes the costume so. Wait a minute. I love the JFK impression. That. Wow. No. Quick snip, get the finger off. That works. Oh, he's cute now. He's a little robot buddy. Buddy. The buddy. Hey, hey, go. Hey. Yeah, that's a bit rude, sir, man. He's just telling you the stats. I guess Superman doesn't care for numbers. That bud. It's just a little head ornament. A hat. Oh. Yeah, the ghouls their own thoughts, but I mean, you're gonna die. They don't have control of their bodies. Robots, like almost zombies. Nice, more time. That's nice. She still believes in him. He's still pure and good. Wait, that's a little bit of a long table, bud. You sure you don't want a smaller one? Oh. Yeah, that's awkward. Oh, that much this makes sense of the society was raised in. True. He also have his whole it's anti-killing, but oh, China. Oh, China. You know, that's gonna be the more tense and cautious, man. You can't just bring that up. Yep, you totally did the state. I mean, that's what Lana said to him. Your power's another state's power, but now he's the state, so. Oh, there's a. Hello. You know, that's a lot more deadly. It was fireworks in the original. That's not fireworks. That is that's deadlier, deadlier. Oh, oh, back here we are. Thank you, Batman. They didn't explain how this happened in this movie, though. Yeah, how do you? I mean, oh, that's. I mean, at least in the comic, they explained she was betrayed by the head of the police, and that's how he caught her. Batman caught her. And this one, it's just, oh, he did it. Batman did. Hello, Batbrain. That bomb. You know how Batman charges his electronics? With battery. Oh, Thank you, thank you. I didn't even let him monologue, just punch him in the face. Good job, Batman. Given what we know about the ending, how does it make sense? What homework? That's comics. I'm sure there has to be a planet that's the same as Krypton that is in their future stuff. It's weird. Oh, yeah, you're not doing a good job, Superman. Gulag of the mind. Wait, why did you kill him? Like, you're more murderous this version, so why not? Again, this is like asking why doesn't Batman kill the Joker? Same concept, I guess. Oh, so she breaks her own bonds, being told to. Oh, oh, she's. It did have her soul in the rope, so turn on the lights. Oh, it's kind of interesting, like how long Red Sun gains of powers. Sometimes it's a lingering effect. Other times it's like this, where it's like, oh, no Red Sun powers back. Other times like, oh, we had to recharge first. Oh, laundry got demoted. It was bank originally, so oh, well, I was down. I want to frame by frame that one. That was an explosion that you actually saw the body parts flying out. Wow. And Elias didn't like in the comics. He had reason to hate him because he told you to break the rope. But that's a bit of a change. I mean, F for Red Batman. Yeah, this he's he's all over the place now. His ideals are spread, and his guts bone, but the ideals are spread. Wait, she's no press secretary. Ow. Exposition. Thank you. Like 10 years. I mean, they gave all the power to Lexa. It's still the same one man. It's just one man concept, just a different man. One human. Yeah, propaganda. Yeah, no, it's just a robot, just an it. Uh, I like that. Wow, oh. I like the design for Brainiac in this one. He's very sleek looking. Not dead. Ever. Oh, they're attacking first this time. I see. Hello, Lantern Corps. When this movie was made, there's more lanterns, so I wonder if they included them as well. Gordon. And morality not being universal. But... Do it. So John Stewart, Gordon. Guy messes up in that one, so we'll get all of the lanterns. No Jessica probably. No Jessica Cruz. Shame. Oh, that's yeah. Not Green Lantern fight without a fist. There's a big boxing glove of fighting. That's how lanterns fight. A little more of the signature voice. Oh yeah, Dice again. I love that voice. It's green thought. Think green thoughts like trees and stuff. I like how they use the design of the design from the safe design to save him instead of being trapping him. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, guys, guy don't die. Box in a box. In a box. Wow, that's actually kind of cool. Oh, what? What? Oh, hello, Wonder Woman the White. Like saw like Gandalf the White. I was like, saved him. Oh, a weird change. Um, yeah. No, but Lux could do that. Weird change, but okay. Also weird change. They each be strong enough to fight her, but okay. Okay. I guess that was a change for some reason. I don't. Yeah, good job. You know, just he's your enemy, dude. You gotta fight him. Um, last time they did this on land, they're gonna die. They're gonna drown. They're dead. Green Lanterns just died. Yeah, you huh. Wait, what you guys supposed to think opposite coasts? Guys, you're not coordinating. One gets the Pacific, one gets the Atlantic. Come on. You know, when you got an invading spaceship, that's always, you know, a good thing. Just get that nice giant space goal. Oh, DC we go. Only annoying with this, the when you actually the tentacles just look so fake. There he is. So, Pepin. Ah, we actually get some accent. You know, let's just bring up the chessboard. Hey, if you beat me in chess, I'll give you the nation. Just do that, Lex. What? How'd they get their hands on that? I mean, I mean, damage is. That's a way to change. Here, change again. They just the line. They changed the line. Ah, I like that. That's bad. Do that. I don't know if it changed. It being written on a paper. It's so strong. Just writing it out instead of. Okay, movie. I'm not gonna points off for that one. Maybe he was right. Yeah, yeah. Unacceptable. Oh. Oh. Oh God. Got him. Oh. It's the White House. Super Lex. Super Luthor. Ah, suit. That's a good. That's a change. I'm not sure. It's a great change, but Lex in a suit's always fun. Sex Luthor. I mean, Daisuke, Lois did say that's why she's with him. That was point two. Aw. Man. I like good armor. Good suit of armor is cool. Power suits, love them. I mean, Bailey's still piercing. Oh. Never mind. Oh. Yeah, that's not good. Back online. There we go. Ooh. Then like what, can you just hit that one spot? That makes sense. Superman doesn't use his laser beams that often. Oh, my complaint's already gone. You know what? Address that complaint like 5 seconds of me saying it. That's actually good. I would say, hey, laser it, but hey, it worked out. He did laser it. Joke's on you, I'm behind 7 proxies. You know, Superman, you kind of deal with all your issues by lasering people in the face. Oh. It just Jokered him. Fatality! You know, give him the old Joker. Just this one. Oh, dead. Nope. Um, those aren't numbers. They're just shapes. I'm sure there's like, you actually like, oh, easily leaving. Nice boots. Uh, yeah, I got the nice, boots are always important. Oh, out of good costumes. Just, flap the nose. Like a giant booger picking time. Why does this ship even have a nose? Doesn't make sense. Oh, Superman down his way back. Out on his way back home to his own planet. Okay, Face. Oh, warp speed, everybody. 3, 2. Oh, that actually is like a number system there. Oh, Lana. Ah, I peacefully. Oh, 8. On gone. They changed the time. Oh, all according to Keikaku. Oh god, I need to get the like how they misplayed like misplayed chess in that one anime. Ah, oh, that's nice. Democracy. Oh, so from one global empire to another. Oh, huh. What? Willingly, yeah. You're going crazy, Lois. What does the B stand for? Oh. Good. Hey, he killed Superman, did his job. Now to retire. My best friend's Plex Luthor. Well, good job, Lex. You won. Fake, fake news. Yeah. Yeah, I just be my own vice president. There we go. Nah, I'm not gonna turn. No, you're not. I'm gonna go kill Superman again. Bring him back to life to kill him again. Oh, hello, reporter. Hello, Clark. Oh, do we get the fun ending? Let's see. What ending do we get? The ending only worked because of narration, and one thing these comic movies don't do is they don't include narration bubbles. Also, Superman had narration the whole time, and we just credits. Oh, okay. I I guess we don't get that fun part. Maybe after credits scene. I mean, this is a new enough movie, so after credits things would be a thing. Maybe I'll leave it up for now. I like it whenever they have the characters. Oh, character created by this guy. One woman created by this guy. That's just make sure hey, gotta credit the creators. Which I think that's like in the legality, like they have to do that for every time. So you always get the the Canes on stuff. Oh, I still like this movie, but I kind of like the wacky ending of the comic. True, that ending just it's such a random ending. You don't expect that until you start like, wait a second, why is the Luthor name changing? Why is there less letters? Why is it just an L? You had the response in the chat like going no. But overall, this movie is a good movie. I think I like the changing of Superman killing Stalin. I think that was a good change. That was a good, it really changed the his corruption arc. It's him having to, he cried over it. He was in tears having to kill Stalin. Like he doesn't want to kill people. Killing is just not his nature. But then they have him going like the quick murder of murdering really fast in Korea that kind of underdid that. Like I think the Korean War thing shouldn't have happened. That scene was it kind of stumbled the whole theme of like he wants to win not with bloodshed but with the ideas. So having like him being very less killy was like a good thing, but killing Stalin though, that was a good movie. Good move, it makes it so like he had a sacrifice. He lost his innocence to take over the country. And then the translate to Wonder Woman, I mean, in the comic though, she's the one that's in love with him, and Superman's just so blind to her love that he's like, oh, she's one of the boys. And then in this one, she's a lesbian for yeah, I mean in the comics Wonder Woman's bisexual, so it's not that crazy, but it's like, okay, you kind of switched over the roles for some reason. Then they made it, instead of having her, join the side, she just goes Switzerland mode and neutral. I mean, I guess it was a change. It didn't really work that well. It was it worked in the movie. It wasn't the adaptation wise of it. Some changes were good. Although one change I hate. I hate the change to the bottle scene. It being written on paper made it so more impactful. It's just a simple sentence on a piece of paper. A simple sentence on a piece of paper. That change is what makes it so just. I love that. The change ruins that. I love the whole like it's just a sentence on paper sends the most powerful man to his knees. But instead, it's like, oh hey, we're gonna be in your face about it. Here's the ball city, in your face about it. It took out the subtlety. I mean, even though like put the whole ball's not really subtle in the first place, it still just changes the feel of that whole mood. It's just like, okay, we're gonna have hey, we're gonna be in your face about it. I get some things you have to do for that things. They didn't adapt the narration. That's one thing I always harp on about. Is like the narration, like, oh hey, You can hear the thoughts. Hearing the thoughts is so important, and you can't hear the thoughts in the movie because that'd be kind of weird. Oh, is that it? That's it. Okay, no after credit scene at all. So no wacky ending. How long has it been? 3 hours 20. A bit long. Yes, it's like I overall I like the movie. I do like the movie. I was good time with it. I think that half the changes were good. I like the Superior Man change. Okay, actually, let's go back to that change. Superior Man. It was really cool seeing how they it's like I think a lot of it was just fat trimmed down to fit the movie, but wacky ending probably could fit regardless. True. I do have to admit, fat trimming is important because it's just a long comic. All Star Superman. The reason I'm comparing this to All Star so much is that's the last movie I saw of a Superman movie. All Star only did okay. All Star was a 12 issue series, and All Star was only 6 issues. They cut half the content for that movie. They were both good, but the comic was better. Sure, yeah, I agree with Desmond. But comic was better. I enjoyed the comic more. It just had a lot more taste to it, a lot more depth. Oh, speaking of movies, isn't it? I think it's June. The Long Halloween comes out. Yeah, Long Halloween Part 1. I believe that's in what? June 22nd. Yeah, okay, so we in 11 days we have a Batman movie come out. Long Halloween is amazing. Long Halloween is a great thing. So I'm gonna watch that. Ah, gosh, you gotta read the comic though. And there's a 2-parter movie, so the part 2 won't come until like Halloween actually. So, I really want to do a Long Halloween reading along. I'll wait for Halloween for that. I tried to hard judge a judgment by the media, otherwise novels. Yeah, true. There is some things we have to realize. Okay, it's an adaptation. It's gonna have its changes. Like, it's gonna happen. You gotta get over that. So, journey without the source material, it's good. Even ignoring source material, it's still a good movie. I like just like they really made Batman kind of crazy in this one, which is like that crazy Batman was fun. Just he cuts him off the mall. Like he's like hey, I'm gonna maul at you, Batman. No, punch in the face. Which I mean, it's really cool like how they treat him in that. Oh. They treat him a lot differently in this one. So they do a lot more chaotic, which I mean. Anarchy, chaos makes sense. I mean, yeah, they have that going with the whole theme of hey. It did remove that the Black Anarchy line from the narration. That was also good. Well, to the source material. No, let's not go to source material. I did like how they referenced a lot of the actual heroes. Like it's kind of cool with Elseworlds. That's okay. Alternate Universe is really fun because with Alternate Universe you can say hey, this world is like we can see the characters that we remember, but they're not here. Like you had Hal and Stewart. You had Guy. They moved Rainer for this one, but that's fine. The Atlantis weren't even that big a deal in this one. It was like, it was Jordan, and that's about it. So, one second. Need a drink of water. This is the really fun thing about, Elseworlds. I might try to read more Elseworlds for this. Actually, before the stream, I was looking at okay, Elseworlds was a comic imprint from DC. Imprints are basically like a sub-genres. Like you get DC, they get DC Elseworlds. Anyways, I have like I made like 25. I was looking up Elseworlds before this, and I have like 25 tabs of like Wikipedia articles of Elseworlds I want to check out because it's really fun to see like how stuff changed. Like for instance, you have Gotham by Gaslight, which is Victorian era Gotham. Like, okay, what if Batman was in the Victorian? Actually, wait, I gotta do that because I play Victoria too, Victorian era. Like, okay, what if Batman had to stop Jack the Ripper? That kind of stuff. Or you have Injustice, which is that alternate. It's not in the Elseworlds thing, but you have a similar thing. Like, okay, alternate situation. Like, what could happen? What the existence? Or another one I really like is the Nail. For the name the Nail is just like the Nail. What if? Oh, Marvel is what ifs. Marvel is what if. DC is Elseworlds. Also another thing DC did was Tales from the Dark Multiverse, which is like, what if it's a what if, but it's a bad and what if. Like, okay, what if this happened, but it's gonna everyone dies at the end or something. Like, because one of them was, what if Lois Lane became Superman after Superman's death, and then decided to kill everybody because she was mad with power. Like, it's like, hey, the world did not deserve Superman. The world killed Superman. I'm gonna take over the world myself. Or we have another what if is, what if Azazel, okay, there's a time where Batman was, broke his back, Bane, for you! That Breaker Nightfall thing. And then there was a time where Batman was, Jane St. Paul. So Batman was, like, not Batman, but, this other guy. It's like, what if that still happened? What if that Batman stayed Batman forever and took over the city? Instead of, losing the cow to real Batman? So the Dark Multiverse what ifs are all just like bad. Let me actually one what if I love that they did was the two of them I really love. I really want to show off since I was there. Is what if Blackest Night? What if Necron won? What if it's not really what if Necron won, but he doesn't win the whole time. But what if Blackest Night happened, but Death kind of won, and the zombies took over, and then what happens is they have the zombies take over thing, and then Lobo, the main man himself, the Bastich, main man. He's like, okay, what happens is like the Necron wins, the world's all dead. It comes to the life elemental. So Dove of Hawk and Dove, Lobo. Like, okay, we're gonna restart the universe, make a new big bane of life to make him go back. And so we get a universe of Lobos. Lobo he's just like he's like a biker gang dude, a space biker. That's what I explained. Space biker gang. Like, what if the whole world is Lobo? Got that as one, and then oh yeah, my last what if I loved was what if Flashpoint said Flashpoint. Like, it's Eobard Thawne, Reverse Flash. It was me, Barry. It was me. He's like okay. What if the world of the Flashpoint stayed stayed that way, and we didn't get the new 52? We stuck with the Flashpoint Earth, and then Reverse Flash. What if it was you? It was you. Me, Barry. I'm the one who tripped you down the stairs. There's that one meme, that video of the record. Oh, god, it's a good one. I can't say that one. But yeah, bae. Anyways, it's like he's like, okay, well, I'm gonna take over this world. Okay, so Eobard uses his Flash time travel powers. Basically, makes the world into his own paradise. Like, hey, I killed Barry Allen. What to do next? Remake the world. Let's do that. So I really like the concept of Elseworlds. It's really fun. Okay, one else that I really like is JLA the Nail. It's a two series. I mean, it's like there's the Nail and then another Nail. It's like, what if Kal-El wasn't raised by okay, what happens is okay, you guys know the poem about a nail, right? Let me just get the poem out. For want of a nail. For want of a nail, the shoe was lost. For want of a shoe, the horse was lost. For want of a horse, the rider was lost. For want of a rider, the battle was lost. For want of a battle, the kingdom was lost. All for the want of a horseshoe nail. That's the concept of what happens in that story. Is a nail pops the Kent family tires. So Superman is not raised by the Kents. Instead, he's raised by some Amish guys. And so Superman does not exist in this world. He's just chilling on the farm. And so we get a world of the JLA, the Justice League, with no Superman. So we have Batman. It's basically the world's like, hey, without a Superman, this world still exists. That's still the heroes, because Superman's not all like tied to everyone's thing. But it's like, okay, you have all this. You basically have okay, what's gonna happen here? Butterfly effect. Thank you, Headless. Butterfly effect, where it's like, okay, without a Superman, the public distrusts heroes, because without a Superman, you just have Batman, and Batman's yeah, he's Batman. So, oh, I'm in 4 hours. Okay, yes, I do like Elseworlds. I'll probably be reading some of those as well. Although along with Elseworlds, just like I have some one shots I want to do, which is okay, there's a series called Joker's Asylum. It's about basically it's an anthology series. It's like every comic starts off with Joker in the asylum. It's like, hey, it's like, okay, you guys know the Crypt Keeper. It's like, imagine that kind of theme where instead of the Crypt Keeper, it's Joker. It's like, okay, here's a story about a villain. Like it is. Okay, the Croc one's amazing. I love the Croc one best, but he has like, okay, he has a Riddler story, a Two-Face. Let me see exactly which ones he does, because he does like a lot of them. Yes, he has yes, oh yeah, the Joker, of course. Joker tells his own story. Penguin, Poison Ivy, Scarecrow, Two-Face, Riddler, Quinn, Mad Hatter, Croc, and Clayface, and they're all very unique art styles. It's very much anthology. So it's like a really good. Like, every one short very much dials down Batman's rogue gallery to like what they are. So it's really. Oh, sorry about that. It's really good read. So that's what I might do for like a villain month, where I'm like talking about villains. I might just read those comics, because like there's a lot of good villains in DC. I mean, you can't have a good hero without a good villain. And that's something I really like. It's just all these like great comics that I just hinge on it being like one-off Elseworlds. Like, sure, it's fun to follow along with the whole comic. It's like the whole like, oh, read like 50 comics of this whole run. Which I mean, I do that for 52 right now, and also I really like the run of Booster Gold's run. It's like whole 2000 to 2007 2011 run. That's like about the 4 year run he did. That's about like it's that's it. So you have the long running stuff, you have the short stuff, the one offs, you have the Elseworlds. Comics have a lot of stuff, and one thing I want to do is more reading comics and also movie watch alongs. I like the movie watch alongs. It's really fun to read the comic and do the movie watch alongs. So I think for the next one we'll watch is probably Flashpoint. I think either Flashpoint. Let me check my drives real quick. Let me check my legally purchased drives that are all up to start. Okay, what we got. Oh, we just have Man of Tomorrow, Red Sun, Flashpoint. So Man of Tomorrow is a good one-off. It's like it's a very okay. Man of Tomorrow is like great. Also, I like my files. I have I still have Kung Pao. Yeah, for at my old side too. I had Kung Pao Enter the Fist playing for like 3 years or so. That was a whoops. I still have that. So actually, it's probably some raid. Let's do that. We're gonna raid this person. Yeah, do this and flush raid. Raid him Lapon. Lapon Katsu. Gonna raid her, and then tomorrow is Binding of Isaac at same time as the start of this comic reading. It's that time it's gonna be bit of a longer one. And thank you everyone for coming. I had a blast with you guys. I love these comics. It's fun to share these with you. I'm gonna try to do more with this. It's fun. Okay, and have a good one, everyone.